We are live.
Thank you. So good morning, everyone. And this is the convening of the Council on Access and Fairness, also known as COAF, for our meeting today. We are here at the State Bar Conference Room in Los Angeles. And let's start with introductions. I know that we have some members and guests on the telephone, so let's give them the courtesy of introducing themselves first, and then we will go around the room and see who else is here. I have a roll call sheet, but and I will call the technical roll in just a second, but I thought it would be good for us to introduce ourselves.
Starting this way?
Sure. All right.
Okay, good morning, everyone. My name is Genevieve Jones-Wright. I'm a member of COAF. I am in San Diego.
Is there anyone else on the telephone? So good morning again, everyone. I'm Dinah Becton. And when you give your introduction, please give us your name and your place of work, if you will. So Dinah Becton, Chair of COAF and District Attorney for Contra Costa County.
Holly Fuggier, I am Vice Chair of COAF, and I am a judge in the Los Angeles Superior Court.
Brenda Harbin Forte, I am Brenda Harbin Forte. I'm a judge of the Alameda County Superior Court, and I am Vice Chair-elect of COAF.
Debbie Manning, I'm on the Board of Trustees, and I'm retired from the state faculty.
Ruby Ashley, and I am a retired lawyer.
Yeah, you're fine.
Ruby Ashley, and I'm a retired lawyer, and I am the ADA liaison to the Council on Access and Fairness, the founder of COAF.
I'm Beverly Weissman. I am a partner in the law firm of Carlton Fields, George Bird, and a member of COAF.
Mark Shem, the Board of Training and member of COAF.
Good morning. I am Ingrid Glover with Leadership Council for Justice and Accountability and member of COAF.
Hi, good morning. My name is Carolina Amarante Terrero. I am a program analyst in the Office of Research and Institutional Accountability.
Good morning. My name is Dawn Nguyen. I'm a program supervisor in the Office of Access and Inclusion at the State Bar of California.
Good morning. Donna Hershkowitz. I'm the Chief of the Programs Division at the State Bar.
Pat Lee, consultant with the Office of Access and Inclusion.
Welcome, everyone. So I will quickly take an official roll call for our meeting today. From the Board of Trustees, Halen Shin, Debbie Manning,
Here.
Jason Lee. From COAF, members and liaisons, Margolin Armstrong, Ruth Ashley.
Here.
Dinah Becton is present, Connie Broussard, Laurie Charrington, Leslie Cunningham, Honorable Holly Fuji.
Here.
Edayinka Glover.
Here.
Kelly Greer, Honorable Brenda Harbin Forte.
Here.
Melissa Hung, Genevieve Jones-Wright, Esther Kim.
Present.
Oh, Genevieve is on the telephone. I mean, Melissa was on the telephone. Oh, Genevieve. Oh, hi, Genevieve.
Hello.
Esther Kim, Catalina Lozano, Quashan Melu, Marvin Mizell.
Esther just walked.
I heard my name in the hallway.
Esther Kim just walked into the room. Hi, Esther.
And Genevieve is calling from a not noticed location, so she can't count for the as present. She's calling as a member of the public.
Okay, thank you. Assistant Martin Mizell, Angela O, Emily Quinlan, Iranio Reyes, Gary Roberts, Donna Shule, Mark Shim,
Here.
Barry Wiseman,
Here.
Kiana Williams, Sandra Yamate. And then our staff, again, Donna Herskowitz
I'm here.
is here, Pat Lee, Brady Dewar,
He couldn't make it today.
Richard Schaffler, Duan Nguyen.
Carolina.
Carolina. And then Leah Wilson.
It's a long last one.
Okay. Thank you, thank
Just to
you.
let you know, a lot of these people are late.
And I'm sure some others will be,
It's like, they said they'd be here.
Yes.
They're delayed.
They're delayed.
So
Aaron
we
Leon
are-
said he couldn't be here, he's out of town.
Okay, thank you.
Leah, you're safe. You were here when your name was called.
Exactly, that's all that counts.
You told on yourself.
So, the first thing on our agenda is a chair's report, and I think I'll reserve because anything that I am going to possibly say has already been included on our agenda. So I call at this time for public comment. Are there any members of the public who are present who wish to comment? Hearing and seeing none, we will now move to our reports from the Board of Trustee Liaison. So I know that Halen this is a travel day, and Halen will not be here. Debbie, was there anything that you wanted to say, or Donna, do you have any updates for us?
I'll just introduce myself. This is my first official meeting, so
Yes.
I'm happy to be here. My name's Debbie Manning. I'm retired from the State Senate. I worked there for 34 years. And when I retired 2 times from there, I retired 1 time, they asked me to come back, and I said I retired again. That's why. And so the Senate appointed me to the State Bar, and I'm very happy about that. And I was chief of the Senate Sergeant at Arms, which is an elected position in the State Senate. There's only 3 officers, and I was lucky to be the first woman and the first African American to be an officer of the State Senate. So that was kind of, even in this day and age, I mean, I say that in the context of what this committee is about, that in 2014, the first woman to ever be an officer and the first African American to ever be an officer of the State Senate didn't happen until 2014 for as long as the state has been around. So, welcome, I'm happy. So let's ready to dig in.
Thank you and welcome, and thank you for that bit of history. Thank you.
So, Dinah? Yeah, so I will just add that September, at the September meeting of the Board of Trustees, that's where we inducted the new members of the board. Jason Lee, who was formerly one of the liaisons to co-op, is now the chair of the Board of Trustees. And Debbie is now one of the liaisons to co-op, and the other liaison is Highland Chen, who is continuing, because she was also one of your prior liaisons. And then also just structurally, just so you know, co-op, as you know, reports up through the board's programs committee, and the chair that was named for the programs committee is Brandon Stallings, and the vice chair is our very own Debbie Manning. So that's sort of the new board structure that I wanted you to all be aware of.
Thank you. Any other updates from the Board of Trustees? Thank you. So the next item on our agenda is the State Bar Co-op updates and status reports. So one of the first things that we're supposed to look at are the government's recommendations regarding the co-op structure. And there's a link on your agenda if you are on an electronic device that will take you to that particular page. So I think I have just a summary here of what, does everyone have it? I have a summary here of the Board of Trustee actions. First of all, there was a resolution that was approved by the Board of Trustees clarifying the co-op's charge. first of all, it removes the language de-emphasizing focus on judicial diversity, and reads ensuring alignment with the State Bar's diversity and inclusion mandate and board strategy.
Actually, what that was that the board adopted a resolution maintaining COAF, but that the charge will be clarified once the board has completed its strategic planning process. And the original resolution had included de-emphasizing judicial diversity, but that part was stricken from the charge.
Thank you. So I'm going to be listing some of the general staff recommendations and some of the initial response. And then there's probably a couple of areas down where I'll be asking you for further clarification, if that's okay. Of course. But before we go any further, it looks like we've had some additional members to join us. Quite an influx, so we're going to take to let those who just joined us know that today we have something a little bit different. We are webcasting, so we are live, and we're asking everyone to please use your microphone and announce yourself when you're speaking. So for those of you who just joined us, if you've had a minute to catch your breath, if you will please introduce yourself and your appointing entity, and also your place of work. Why don't we start on this side?
All right, good morning. It's Leslie Cunningham, liaison to the COAF from California Law, which is the education pipeline high school to law school for diverse students.
Gary Roberts. So sorry to be late this morning. I'm newly appointed Superior Court Judge in Los Angeles.
Yay!
I'm sorry. Donna Sheely, and I am on the faculty at Cal State LA and Cal Poly Pomona.
Kelly Greer, and I'm the Director of Admissions at Loyola Law School, Los Angeles.
Do we get everyone?
You have to lean in because
It's not, I don't think it's on.
You can see with
This wasn't on when Donna Sheely on the faculty at Cal State LA and Cal Poly Pomona.
So, welcome everyone. And just so you know, there are some refreshments, as you can see. We want to give Patricia Lee a thank you, although she doesn't know that I'm going to say that, for our refreshments this morning. They are compliments of Pat. So we are currently, everyone, on item number 2, which is the State Bar Co-op updates and status reports. And we're going through the staff recommendations. And also a response from co-op to those recommendations. So first of all, the staff recommendation, number 1, was a formal orientation for all volunteers regarding the work of the State Bar. And just in terms of a response to that, co-op does this plus interviews. So it's quite a process that we go through whenever there are new volunteers, not only the interview process, but also a formal orientation where we go through all of the responsibilities and the work of the State Bar.
If I could just clarify, so in addition, so as part of the Board of Trustees review of the structure and the governance of the board and its committees, all of its sub-entities, the board adopted recommendations that Dinah was referring to initially with regard to each specific sub-entity. The board also adopted global recommendations that apply to all of the sub-entities, and that's what Dinah is going through right now. That first one being that we would be instituting a formal orientation for all volunteers to the work of the State Bar. What we've noticed is there's a lot of inconsistency from committee to committee, and there's certain things that should be inconsistent because right, you have to orient people to the work of COAF, which is going to be different than orienting people to the work of the Committee of Bar Examiners. However, there's a lot that really should be the same, and you should get the same orientation about the State Bar as a whole, the role of the Board of Trustees, the role of the committees and the planning processes, how you do your travel plans, all of that. And so so we'll be developing a standardized orientation for those parts of for all of the sub-entities.
Thank you, Donna, for the clarification. So moving on to recommendation number 2 from the staff, which is term limits for all volunteers and ensure that appointments are made timely. And just from the standpoint of co-op, although I understand that these recommendations may have a broader scope than co-op, co-op does comply with the SBC rules. And we also hold spots vacant if no qualified applicants are available to us at that time, and we recruit for internal appointments. Recommendation number 3 is a conflict of interest policy. And again, the response just from co-op is that we comply with State Bar policy. Recommendation number 4 is to formalize desired qualifications for our volunteers. The co-op response to this recommendation is that co-op does conduct outreach, including specific qualifications, and applies criteria when reviewing applicants. Recommendation number 5 is to establish standard sub-entity size of 7 or fewer volunteers and to process for justification of additional members based on workload and a need for representation. So here, co-op has a response, and certainly, Don, I'm going to ask you to chime in here to give a little bit more clarification for us, because our membership is much larger, obviously, than the 7 that's stated here. We do need to engage in some discussion. And co-op position is that we would recommend no fewer than 15 members, but this is probably a good time for you to chime in and give us some guidance.
So, along with all of the specific recommendations that were adopted as to each of the sub-entities, staff will be presenting to the Board of Trustees at the November meeting an implementation plan for the specific recommendations as well as for these global recommendations. And so that would be the opportunity as we put together that implementation plan to indicate if there is a need for a committee that is bigger than 7 based on, and I will point you again to that language that you read, Dinah, need for representation. So it might be that because of the sort of very nature of the work that COAF does, there is a determination that there needs to be broad enough representation from a variety of different backgrounds that would suggest that maybe 7 doesn't make sense. Just so you know, the concept of 7 members for committees and commissions comes from research that's done. It has been done on the efficacy of boards and committees and what is the optimal size in order to effectively operate a committee. And the research indicates that really sort of 7 is the optimal size in order to get the work done. It may be that the work of a committee is so broad, is so voluminous, that 7 would be impossible because everybody would be on 16 subcommittees. Or it may be that there are sort of geographical or diversity and inclusion sort of needs for representation on the group that would make 7 not optimal for a particular committee. So the default is going to be 7, and we need to provide that justification for why it should be more. And so I think that would be sort of a healthy discussion for us on what on what staff should consider in developing that implementation plan for the board, and what information should be shared with the board on the view of COAF that the committee needs to be brought in the center.
Donna, can you just give an indication then of around when do we think those discussions will take place?
So we'll be presenting those implementation plans to the board at its November,
Have the dates from
November 15th and 16th meeting. So we will be developing those implementation plans now, and they would be posted the Friday before that 15th. So what would that be? November 8th. And so we're really sort of in a development period right now of those plans, so we can present it to the board for their consideration and adoption of those implementation plans on November 16th.
But just to clarify, it's not our thought that immediately following the November board meeting, any changes, for example, to sub-entity size would be made. Simply that the board will consider the implementation plan, and in some instances, for example, sub-entity might reduce to the desired size through attrition over time. So certainly that would take a number of years. So I think there'll be different options presented to the board.
Oh, thank you, Leah, for that clarification. I was wondering how we were going to get this. Co-op has like 25 members, right? So I was wondering what the time frame was going to be for us to downsize. So thank you very much for the clarification. Number 6, that recommendation, the staff recommendation, is the sunset review of all sub-entities every 5 years.
So, and I can give you a little bit more background on that. Sure. Many regulatory bodies, which the State Bar now is primarily a regulatory body, many regulatory bodies are under the review, the legislative review of the Business and Professions Committee. So these are really the regulatory bodies primarily that fall under the Department of Consumer Affairs. And they have a process every 5 years where they do a sunset review. They take a look at the committee. They make sure that the committee, that the board or the committee should still continue, that its function should remain the same. They look at size. They look at a variety of things that have happened. And it really is sort of taking a fresh eye and not letting sort of inertia take over, and making sure that there is a continued need for the committee and for the committee to operate in the way it's been operating. It's sort of a healthy review and sort of consideration of direction. And again, this is a recommendation that's being adopted for all of the sub-entities.
And as I'm going through these, feel free, co-op members, if you have any comments or thoughts on any of them. I should have paused, especially after the one about the size of co-op, although I understand that we're still fleshing out exactly what our charge is going to be. I didn't know if anyone wanted to make any comment about the size or the workload. Number 7, the recommendation is to eliminate sub-entity nominations, committees, and staff determine recommendations. The response for this one from co-op, and certainly Donna, this is another place where I would invite you to give us a little more clarity, but co-op doesn't currently have a nominations committee. The entire co-op council reviews and discusses applications, and then we agree on recommendations that will go forward to the board of trustees. Our recommendation is that co-op would continue in that way instead of having staff make the recommendations, because we think that our members would have the best knowledge of what's needed for particular volunteer expertise.
And so this recommendation, it would apply for nominations coming from the entirety of co-op, as well as those committees that provide the nominations through a subcommittee process. The idea would be that the board would have greater engagement in reviewing the applications for the various sub-entities. I think that certainly there would need to be some discussion with the chair or the vice chair to get some input on those. on the nominations that come in, but as with a lot of the recommendations that came out of this governance review, part of what we're looking at is the appropriate role of the board's engagement and oversight of the subcommittees. At the meeting of the board where we were talking about the agenda items, the Appendix I item, with regard to one of the sub-entities, our outgoing board chair said to the folks who were presenting, it's not you, it's us. Because and he meant it, the issue was that with regard to some of the sub-entities, the board has not had the level of oversight and engagement that it should to make sure that it is operating effectively, that we're carrying out our mission, that they are in charge of making sure that we're carrying out our mission effectively, doing it well, doing it correctly. And so part of that is making sure that they have a greater engagement in the selection of the members of the sub-entities. And so this proposal would have them making those selections as opposed to having it emanate up from the committees themselves. And as I said, I would imagine that in many instances there would have to be an ongoing discussion with the chair or vice chair in order to get their expertise.
I think if I may, go ahead, please.
Brenda was first.
I'm just wondering,
What, you need to lean in.
I'm just wondering what kind of particular expertise the staff would bring to assessing who might be appropriate members of COLA. Because we do have such a unique role in the state bar, and when we do look at applications, we're also sort of doing some kind of balancing. What does that person actually bring to the table? What does this applicant bring to the table? I'm not so sure that staff would be in a position to make those kinds of assessments and evaluations in a manner that would get COAP the best volunteers, the best people who are committed to the mission of COAP. So it troubles me that it's sort of like the chair would kind of, okay, we'll listen to you, but staff's going to make the final. And the staff's going to decide who's going to be on your committee and sort of give you these people. Anyway, I know that a lot of details would need to be worked out, but that's one of the things that concerns me. I would think that you would want it, these recommendations, even if we come up with, here's a list of 10 people, 5 people or something that we think would be excellent for the committee, and then if staff wants to do something to do that. But anyway, I don't know. I know that we'll learn more, but this sort of troubles me.
There's another question or comment, and then I want to make sure that, I think it might be important too to just talk a little bit about the process that we do use and how strenuous that process is in terms of serving the potential volunteers.
Brenda, did you want to finish?
I'm done.
Oh, okay.
I'm done, thank you.
Barry Weissman, and my real concern is similar to Brenda's, with the caveat that when you put it into the board, the trustees, and the staff, the appointments become more political, and the individuals aren't vetted, I would say, properly. I would agree with Brenda that the vetting of the potential candidates in this organization is definitely not political. It's definitely looking at the individual, their qualifications, and there's a complete vetting by the entire group, which I think is far better than having the board or the staff do the vetting.
Hi, this is Holly Bucci, and I think the issue for us is we see how long it does take. It's a complex process, and it involves lots and lots of considerations. And even if we were to have a list, say, of people that we thought were qualified, we do spend a lot of time talking about the balance between who we already have, who is going to come on, and sometimes you may choose from that list, but that will unbalance who ends up ultimately on the board, and especially as the board, we assume it's going to get smaller. that balance becomes even more important. So I think something that I think should be discussed is that once, if we have people who've applied, we've looked at them, we've vetted, because we have a very broad knowledge around this table and on the phone of not just what's on paper, but also people's reputations for, how they participate in committees and things like that. We know a lot of people among all of us. So that, and that also is something that doesn't necessarily come out of something we're gonna write down in a memo that's gonna go to staff, that we may have some concern about. So perhaps if there were at least some aspect of once, certainly staff, we do want to have that input from staff, but to have a sort of a final determination made in conjunction with staff, with COAF, as to what the final mix is going to be.
Just briefly, I'm Mark Shem. I would echo the comments, but also, for example, early education is a lot more hands-on. We're doing stuff. A staff recommendation may not catch the qualities and the attributes that we're looking for to getting things done and getting projects moving. So I would be concerned that if you just make it a staff kind of recommendation, and also the board itself is busy with a lot of other things. I frankly don't see how they're going to pay as close attention as we would like them to in selecting members.
I think another issue, or issue that could arise with staff is turnover, and so I think that the members that make up co-op are at least on for 3 years, so there is a level of consistency there.
Ruthie Ashley, and I think it's really asking a lot of the staff to determine from a group of people who has the experience, the passion, the knowledge, the ability to perform, especially if the committee is going to be cut down to lesser than what we've had now. And it's going to be a real working committee. Every single member has to work, to put that burden on the staff and then on the Board of Governors to pick the people who are best for a very specific area of work. It's not just saying lawyers come in and you're a lawyer, you've been for 15 years, you can come in and be part of committee bar examiners, or you can be part of Jenny. This takes a passion, and this takes a mission, and this takes looking at every single nomination that comes in for gender, for ethnicity, for sexual orientation, to really have a diverse group. And when we first started this, we had wanted 35 people. We got cut down to 25, which works. But we can reduce our numbers. I think that's fine, but certainly not to 7. 7 just says, wow, every person would really have to be handpicked, which they are now. People are handpicked on this. People are recruited. When you find somebody who's passionate about this work, you have to have that passion. So I think that was really a burden on staff for a potential failure for whoever is the person who's in charge of picking the people to be on this. And if COAF does not succeed in the future because of the people who've been appointed, and it's a staff-driven initiative or a staff-driven appointment, I think it would be a real area that could be wrought with failure.
I wanted to add one of the other motivations for the recommendation, which is that there is a desire, and I think remember that this recommendation stems not necessarily from COAF, but from our review of the sub-entities as a whole, that there's a concern and conversely a desire that the current model that we have where sub-entities typically are responsible for identifying their successors, that there's a risk that there is not an opportunity for new voices to come to the table, that folks that maybe no one on the sub-entity knows may have a limited opportunity to get onto the sub-entity. And again, think about this concern, not necessarily for your group, but for others, where we have seen that there is a very limited opportunity for new people to get onto a sub-entity because of the nominations process that's in place. And I do think it's important that we create a process whereby there really is the opportunity for folks that are out there that want to serve, even if they don't have any current connection to a sub-entity or to the state bar. So that's one point. The other is, in terms of the process and it being staff-driven, right now, and just to explain a little bit about our process, we have an appointments office. We handle applications for many sub-entities and working groups, limited term working groups and task forces throughout the year. We have matrices around race, ethnicity, sexual orientation, language, practice type, interest area, and depending on the particular entity that we're recruiting for, we have very specific kinds of skills and experiences that we are looking for when we review the application. So that process is very much in place on the staff side. However, just like COAF's decisions are recommendations to the board, anything that the staff would do in terms of vetting applications would be recommendations to the board for appointment. It's not a staff decision to make. We do have 2 board members each year that are assigned with doing a deep dive into nominations. So they review every single application, not just those that are recommended by staff. And then they take the recommendation to the full board. So I wanted to give a little bit of that context, both one of the rationales for the recommendation as well as the process that does exist in terms of my sense of staff's capacity or the bar's capacity to do a bit more careful vetting, perhaps in line with the concerns that you raised with you.
So what you're saying is the process will be staff-driven, and what I think we want is that COAF and its leadership be just as fully engaged as it is now, and that we would, as staff, would be the process, make sure that the process was followed. In most organizations such as the State Bar of California, the committees stay just as involved, and of course the staff is there to make sure the process is followed correctly and appropriately. And I think that works if COAF and its leadership, but more than just its leadership, is as much involved in recruiting and outreach and doing the kinds of things that we do now and working with staff in the process. A partnership, not so much we're going to do this and we'll ask you leadership once in a while, we'll let you see our list. But I think if there's a partnership here, it would be a lot better for us.
It's all based on when your light's on. There were a couple things. I was wondering, has the Board of Trustees decided who is on that committee that's going to be vetting appointments for this year?
I believe Jason has.
Yeah, I'll look that up.
Yeah.
Again, I think it'd be helpful for us to work with them because for COAF, recognizing, we always have recognized the need to bring in new blood to the commission. And, you know, looking around, there are a lot of people who came in who did not know other people on COAF and came on because of the breadth of their experience. But we do have, as well as age, gender, ethnicity, geographic, it is their involvement in diversity. That's a major factor for us, is that if you've never had anything to do with diversity, maybe that's a diverse factor, but I don't think so. I think that knowledge about what is possible is really important for our work. So that's sort of an additional factor which goes into our evaluations. I think it's something that for us is pretty unique to our being able to gauge. Not so much do I know this person, but what has this person been involved with? Is it an active involvement? That's some of the analysis that we do.
Brenda Hargan, Forte. I think for us as well, necessarily think about how important our committees are and who's rotating off the council, who's coming back on, I mean, who's in line to come in, who can serve on various committees, education committee and others, and our other committees, because, you know, that's something that staff is not really going to know, because staff isn't going to be sitting there down and saying, you know, there are 5 people on this subcommittee, and one's going to be turned out and stuff, so, you know, is there anybody in the applicant pools that has any educational, any experience with pipeline, educational pipeline, or anything like that? So, again, I'm not just, you know, yes, people are resistant to change, and there's always a concern about that, but this is not just being resistant to change. This is about a very unique situation in which COAP finds itself, and it's unique for the state bar to do that. So I think that we really need to be the ones who decide, who make the initial recommendations and stuff, and rather than our involvement basically be limited by the first cut of staff. That staff's involvement will be limited by our first cuts.
And the thing I think we need to share with Donna and Leah and the board is that COAP has specific criteria, and it's delineated in the outreach materials in terms of not only just the knowledge of diversity and inclusion, but the working knowledge, the knowledge of what the issues are, the challenges are, and ability to address them, and to come up with strategic approaches to doing that. And that COAP actually interviews applicants before they're even recommended to the board. They do their first cut, and then the chair and vice chair interview each of those applicants to be sure that the mutual expectations are in line with what is expected to serve on COAP, and that the individual understands that what COAP's initial and focus and charge is, as opposed to, we have a lot of misunderstanding that COAP is a civil rights type of entity, a social change type of entity, which it is not. And then we also have issues with individuals who might want to be on COAP but don't have the requisite experience and might not want to invest the time necessary to implement what needs to be done. So that all comes out in that really extensive vetting process that COAP uses, and in addition to applying the initial criteria. And so whatever is going to be the process that's used, and with the new board committee that's being appointed to review all the applications, that information needs to be shared with that committee so that they understand what the criteria has been used in the past, and hopefully they will apply that same criterion, because that will cut out a lot of individuals who are applying just because they're interested in diversity. That's not going to be the kind of productive member that we're looking for.
Especially if you cut us down from 25 members. We really need workforces. We need worker bees. We don't need people who just want to put on their resume that they serve on the State Bar Council on Access and Fairness, and to roll up their sleeves. They got to get in. There's a lot of work that this committee does, that the council does. Anyway, sorry, just jumping in. Sorry about that.
Thank you. Anyone else? Yeah, I was just going to say, I think most of what I was thinking has already been expressed, but I do think it's important. I understand the need to have a process, and a process that can apply broadly to all of the committees, but I would just hope that in that process that there is an opportunity, especially for a committee like COAP, to recognize the importance of the collective knowledge that sits at the COAP table, and also the extensive process. Because there's probably a lot of sub-entities and subcommittees that may not take the time to go through the rigorous process that COAP goes through. And I think Judge Brenda just mentioned this, in addition to all those specific skills, that specific experience, we on this committee really also have to look for the folks who are gonna be workhorses. Because this is a committee not only that requires the passion that you've heard about, but it requires a commitment to really be very involved and hands-on, because there's a lot of work that gets done through this committee. And so even though I understand that staff might determine the recommendations, I would just hope that staff would also allow co-op to have a very strong voice in the vetting of the applicants. And that process is very extensive, I think you've already heard, but it also includes like a ranking, so we get all of these applications. We talk to people in our communities about the different folks that have applied, and every single one of us ranks the candidates based on everything that they have on their application, the specific areas that we're looking for, but also all of the voices, not only here at the table, but the voices of others that we've reached out to, who know the folks and who recommend them. And so I just think it would really be a mistake to lose the value of that process.
Just,
I'm sorry.
And I don't want to get repetitive here, I just wanted to jump on what you said for a moment, because I think it's really important, the process we go through. And the thing I wanted to add to that is my personal experience, and I think it's a common personal experience around this table, to spend hours and hours and hours looking at the criteria, ranking the candidates, and then coming all right, and then coming into this room and seeing that different people have, all right, I'm just gonna shout, and see that different people have divergent points of view, and that really speaks to your point about, it's me. Actually, it's still on.
Are you touching it? Take your hand away.
To have those different divergent points of view, discuss the situation, come together, and the ultimate ranking doesn't look like my initial ranking or anybody else's initial ranking. It's a process of a lot of talk, a lot of discussion, putting our minds together. And frankly, I don't know how that works. I'm sure that people would try really hard and give it their best effort and all of that, but how does that work without the collective wisdom in the room? So again, at the risk of being repetitive, although apparently the microphone gods are trying to keep me from being repetitive, I just wanted to really underscore the importance of being highly collaborative in whatever process we end up with, so that those collective voices are heard. Thank you.
I want to put some work.
I think it is working.
Okay. Anyone else before we move on to the next topic? So we've had 2 more people who joined us. I know you're still trying to catch your breath, so just a couple of things that I want to let you know. The first one that we're webcasting. That's something new for us today, and so smile. And when you speak, please make sure that you give us your name and that you're also pushing the button on your microphone. But please tell us your names, your appointing entities, and where you work, those who just joined us. Connie, you want to start?
I am Connie Broussard. I apologize for being late. I sent a message, so hopefully somebody got it.
You did get it. Thank you.
Okay, good. And I am in San Diego. I work at Broussard Law, and my original appointing agency, I don't even remember. It was probably cable, maybe? No.
I don't know. It's okay then.
Yes. Anyway, here I am. So, thank you for your patience waiting for me to get off my plane and make my way downtown.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Catalina Lozano. I'm a solo practitioner.
Thank you.
I think you shouldn't touch the thing. No, I think this is short. As soon as you take the breath, stuff out.
And I also apologize for being late. What else would you like me to say?
We apologize.
I apologize for being late. And I'm very happy to be here.
Glad to have you, so thank you so much. So we just finished item Roman numeral 2, C1. C2, which is the State Bar strategic planning process, is going to move to a later place in our agenda because it's actually mentioned again and we have another place for a discussion about that. So we'll move on to number C3 on the agenda, which is the fee bill, the status, diversity, and inclusion language. So I know that I had an opportunity to receive, and let me see if I get it out, a copy of the press release when the Governor Brown signed the new bill, and let me just get it up here. I think this one is about AB 3249 was what Governor Brown signed into law. It's the fee bill for the State Bar of California. So in addition to setting the annual licensing fee for attorneys, the bill continues historic reforms for the Public Protection Agency. It also expands the State Bar statutory mission to specify that public protection includes supporting greater access to and inclusion in the legal profession. And this allows the new State Bar mission statement that was adopted in 2017 by the Board of Trustees. Let me see if there was anything else here that was important. The bill also directs the State Bar to implement a plan to increase diversity in the legal profession and to provide biannual reports to the legislature on the topic itself. I don't know if there's any other discussion that anyone has or any questions about the legislation. Donna, did you want to add anything?
So, yeah, I'll just note that, the legislative findings and declarations about the intent of the legislature that the bar maintain its commitment and support to effective policies and activities to enhance access, fairness, and diversity in the legal profession and the elimination of bias in the practice of the law. And then they set forth findings and declarations about some, sort of key goals, which I think we all understand. The rich diversity of the people of California require a justice system that's equally accessible and free of bias and is a core value of the legal profession. Diversity and inclusion are an integral part of the bar's public protection mission, which Dinah just read is in fact now statutorily stated as a core part of the mission. Diversity increases public trust and confidence and the appearance of fairness in the justice system and therefore increases access. And the State Bar should continue to increase diversity and inclusion. I read those sort of findings and declarations because I think sort of that, as well as the recommendation that was adopted that we were just talking about, the COA specific recommendation that was adopted by the Board of Trustees regarding clarifying the mission of COA will be really important as we get to the latter part of the discussion today, where we talk about where we go from here. What is it that that COA that we want to recommend that the board adopt as strategic plan and goals and objectives relating to diversity and inclusion? What is it that will help focus us on developing the plan that we need to provide to the legislature and figuring out sort of what is it that we want to recommend should be done, that we can measure, that will really help us achieve these critically important broad diversity and inclusion goals. And so I just wanted to point specifically to that language, and there was a copy of that language on everybody's seat today, because I really think that keeping that in mind, along with the direction from the Appendix I recommendation that's co-op specific, will really help us move forward with that discussion at where we go from here.
I noticed that section 6001.3C, that's the language about the assessment of needed revenue. Could you talk a little bit about that source as well, Donna, and whether there's any consideration about raising the opt-out from $2 to
So-
cover priorities?
Certainly, so what the language says is that the plan that we develop to implement those broad and important goals may include an assessment of needed revenue. So as we are developing sort of what the plan is, what is the work that we plan to do to achieve those goals, if that work itself would require additional staff people, additional revenue, then that would be part of that report. I don't anticipate that the plan that gets submitted in March, that in March there would necessarily be an increase in the revenue, the elimination of bias revenue as part of the fee legislation. But certainly we need to identify what is the work, what is our plan to meet those goals. We'll be doing that every couple of years, and to the extent that plan would require additional resources over and above what we get, that would be an opportunity every other year to spell that out to the legislature and for their consideration as they are looking at the fee bill.
On the funding piece, what I want to add is that one of the benefits of this statutory change is that it can conceivably inform the analysis of whether or not we can use general fund money to support this work. And as some of you are aware, we did do a review last year of the COA strategic plan, and at that time determined that about half of the items, this was an OGC review, about half of the items on the plan could in fact be supported by the general fund, did not have to be supported by a dedicated set aside. And so I think that the statutory change just bolsters our ability to fully integrate the work and use the general fund to support it. So I hope and expect that that's the direction we'll be going, of course, pursuant to the advice of the general counsel.
I just wanted to echo a little bit about what Leah just said, speaking to several legislators about the work that's done here with diversity and inclusion and that kind of thing. I think that they are definitely open to the prospect of using general fund and not just have it be, extra $10 or whatever it is that deters the attorneys. That's something that the state itself should pick up itself. So talking to them, they were very open to that discussion.
Anything else? Then we're going to move on to at least one more item on our agenda, and that is at C4. It is Diversity and Education Pipeline Awards. So I wanted to note that CLA this year presented the Law Firm Diversity Award, which would normally have been part of the co-op Diversity Award ceremony. That award was presented by CLA at its annual meeting. Just a couple of the highlights. That went to, it was a Law Firm Diversity Award. It went to the firm of Atkinson, Andelson, Loya, Rudd, and Romo. And it was my great pleasure to be there to present the award. Vice Chair Holly was there as well. Judge Brenda was there, and I know there were others from co-op who were part of the reception and the ceremony, so we had a pretty good contingent. I think the award went to a very worthy firm. The particular firm, Atkinson et al., that I just mentioned, in their materials, it was noted that from their very, very beginning, in 1979, diversity was a very consistent priority for them, and they sought to create a culture of inclusivity that could be measured directly in numbers. And so it was really a great pleasure and honor to be able to present to them. In the future, CLA will present all 4 of the diversity awards that were formally presented by the co-op. The individual, the law firm, the Bar Association, and the organization award will all be presented by CLA in the future. Also mention that the Education Pipeline Award will be presented by California Law at its annual Pathway to Law Summit in February. That's February 22nd through the 23rd, and at every future summit. The current deadline to make nominations for that award is October the 12th, 2018. Does anybody want to stop for a comfort break? Are we still okay? Okay. So the next item on our agenda. A comfort break. Oh, you had a question? I'm so sorry.
I'm sorry. Given that the legislature and governance final bill has made it clear that it is the state bar's mission. I'm sorry, given that the legislature in this final bill has made it clear that the state bar's should be the state bar's mission, its goal, its purpose to support activities, policies and activities to enhance greater that we want to, that the state bar should be supporting greater access to and inclusion in the legal system. Is there any consideration now, given that clear legislative mandate, so to speak, that you bring back to the state bar the presentation of these awards rather than putting it over into CLA? Because it seems that these kinds of awards would be entirely consistent with the state bar's mission. So I'm just a little, I don't know if there's any, if the door's already closed in terms of revisiting the issue as to whether these awards should be presented by the state bar, or how would do it. Probably a very long conversation that we could probably have. This is Judge Brenda, by the way. But it seems to me that there might be important to reconsider the apparent decision to take these awards away from COAP on the state bar.
So I would note that the decision that was made by the Board of Trustees with regard to eliminating the board's role in issuing awards and certificates was done at a time with knowledge of this language, of the language in this legislation. And so it really is sort of a question of the role of the bar in maintaining its commitment to and support of the policies to enhance access, diversity, and inclusion doesn't necessarily mean that the board would also be in the role of issuing certificates and awards. We see those as very different things. It's still critically important for us to engage in the activities to increase diversity and inclusion, but the giving of the awards was determined to be really a very sort of more about on the trade associational side, which is why CLA picked that up. I do not envision the Board of Trustees revisiting that decision.
Shane, okay.
Can I just say one really short thing on that, which is that as the immediate past co-chair of the Bench Bar Coalition, we go in and we speak to legislators as staff does as well, and also the board. But it seems to me that what gets them excited, and I hear from Debbie on that, is the diversity inclusion. When I was doing the Sacramento visits last time, it was for our courts, it was community outreach. It's not hearing about how what you're doing with the other technical things that the state bar does. They want to know about the diversity, and it seems like it's good PR for the state bar, frankly, with the legislature, to have something where we say we recognize diversity, we care about diversity. And I know that it probably is a decision that's not open to be discussed, but I agree with Judge Brenda that I think it is good for us. We're going in looking for I assume a reasonably substantial fee increase this year. And to have things that makes the legislature feel good about the state bar, I think is always a good thing.
And we certainly have the same viewpoint, and we are reaching out to legislators. We are talking to them about a lot of the good work that the bar is doing. You're absolutely right. For some legislators, the focus is on diversity and inclusion, but we see the good work that we can do on diversity and inclusion being what is the exciting things that we're selling to the legislature as opposed to the issuance of the awards and the certificates. We absolutely want to focus on the work and the plan and the direction that we want to go in with diversity and inclusion. And we think that if we select the right projects to go forward with, that will absolutely be what energizes those in the legislature that focus on this issue, and hopefully energizes more to care about this issue.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Did the legislature specifically say, State Bar, get rid of all your awards? Did they tell you to do that?
No, and what I'm going to suggest is that is a decision that the board has made. Certainly the board can revisit any decision that it's made. But I'm not sure that for right now, this is a debate appropriate for a debate for us to get into. There is sort of a different philosophical view about whether or not a regulatory agency should be giving awards. Awards do not necessarily equate with doing meaningful work that's impactful and that can be demonstrated to have outcomes. And I think we share a commitment to that latter set of activities actually impacting change. And so whether or not the board resumes awards is a decision, I think, for another day. But I don't want to feel like we're getting in a debate about awards right now, personally.
Any other comments? The next item on our agenda is at C5, Productive Mindset Intervention. And I know that this is something that you work closely on, so I'm going to ask that you would give us the update, please.
Yes, and fortunately, we've received just a recent status report from Victor Quintanilla, the lead research person on the research team, giving us a status report on how the intervention is working. Sorry. Basically, there are a total of 1,144 bar applicants who actually took part in the full intervention. What it required was that students sign up online to be part of the intervention. They work their way through an initial number of questions and so forth. And then if they decide to continue and complete the intervention, that's what they're counting here. They initially had 1,600, 2,400 initial involvement of the students, and then it resulted in 1,144 actually completing all the pieces of that intervention. The team is really excited about the potential results of this. They see that there are positive effects on the psychological makeup, the mindset, and so forth, based on the feedback from these students. Excuse me. And the final analysis will happen once the bar results come out in November. They will begin analyzing the experiences of these individuals, the feedback that they provide, and correlating that with their bar pass scores. And they seem to anticipate that will show that these interventions really did have a positive impact in the bar passes for these students. And they're so excited that they think they made an offer to Leah and to the internal team that if the bar wants to partner with this team in 2019, they'd be willing to go forward with this intervention again next year. So based on their feedback and so forth, this will probably be a very successful intervention, and it's something that we should be proud of because it's thinking outside the box in terms of how we can impact and increase bar passes. So if they do this next year, co-op and the bar is going to have to be really active in terms of promoting this, because I know some of you, we've been announcing it throughout the year, but some of our members have wondered why some students haven't been involved. It's going to take that kind of outreach, consistent outreach, to get students involved, because students might hear about it, they might procrastinate, and then they might call in later. I mean, Ron was, Dad was telling us yesterday that they just got a call from a student as to how to be involved in the intervention. So it's like, come on, that was announced like months ago. So we have to be really, really good about getting the word out so the students are aware, they're prepared, and they understand what that involvement will be, and they can see it through to the end.
Any questions or comments about those things?
Oh, I would just say it is, the researchers are really excited about it, and I'm very much looking forward to seeing the ultimate pass rate so we can determine the impact. We did get the information from the national conference that it is a record low score on the MVP side. So again, seeing that decline. So it would be really interesting and important for us to see if this intervention worked. And in terms of getting the word out, when you register for the bar exam, everybody got information about the intervention, but where we can work to partner, I think, very effectively is with the law schools to make sure that they're also letting their students know to look for this opportunity when they register for the bar exam.
Anyone else?
I have a
Any
question.
questions, comments about?
Yes, once the data is like put together after November, how is it released? Is it going to be just general release to the public, or for us to review?
I think the plan is for, once the data is analyzed, evaluated, and they produce their findings, it will be shared. So I think that's going to be something to be decided, what the distribution process will be, how it will be rolled out, and to whom, and then what kind of follow-up will happen after that. But it will be a public document.
Okay, then we're moving to, thank you, Pat, moving to item number C6, which is the appointments process. I think we've pretty much discussed this already, but let me at least flag for everyone, because I'm not sure if we mentioned it, that while we're in this sort of a state of transition, if you will, that Judge Holly will remain the vice chair for co-op, and I will remain the chair at least until the end of the year. Our appointments have been extended. But I think everything else that's under this appointments process, we've pretty much discussed, including the possible size of the council and how that's going to happen. Is there anything else on that topic? I have a note that item number C7, the wind tunneling project, is going to be discussed later on our agenda, so we will move that and recall it. The same thing with the mentoring project at number 8. That is going to be on our business agenda later. So that takes us all the way to C9, which is a report on the Affinity Bar Diversity Summit. Leah convened the Affinity Bar reps to focus on diversity and inclusion initiatives. It was a time for the State Bar to share what it's been doing through co-op and other areas, and then also for the affinity bars to share what they have been doing. Then the discussion focused on priorities and how the State Bar could work to support various efforts. There's an outline of the topics that were presented, and I believe that that's going to be on our agenda later as well for specific discussion about the topics. Anything else on that right now? So at this time, we're moving then to our liaison reports at item number D. The first would be a Judicial Council activity report. Kiana, are you on the phone? Kiana Williams? I don't hear Kiana answering. I don't think she answered the roll call either. So we will pass that one for now. There should be a report in from California Law. Leslie Cunningham?
Yes, thank you so much, Madam Chairman. And I want to thank all of you who participated on the class summit, and we are also planning for the halfway summit. We had an amazing class summit this year in June, and I'm going to let Ruthie Ashley talk a little bit more about that class summit. Our own Mark Shem was one of our presenters. We had some amazing panelists, but Ruthie, I'll go ahead and let you talk more about that, the class summit. Did such a great job.
Good.
All right, I'm happy to share the spotlight when I can.
We're turning the spotlight onto you.
All righty. We had some amazing panels. Of course, this year we've seen quite a bit of gun violence in the schools, and then following the Parkland shooting, one of the panels was on gun violence, and it was so very well received. And we talked about resources. We had presentation by the Constitutional Rights Foundation. We had keynote speakers that included elected officials, and we had great participation from our high school law academies. We had 9 different academies represented from all over the state, and the feedback has been phenomenal. We have a bit of a change this year where we are going to merge the Law Academy Summit with the Pathway to Law Summit, so that the entire pathway, high school law academies, community colleges, undergrad, and law schools will be together in one summit. So the launch of that particular merger will be this February, coming February 22nd and 23rd, 2019. So it's going to be kind of exciting. The high schools are kind of getting a 2-for-1 this year because they get to be part of 2 summits. And we are looking forward to our Pathway Summit being hosted by Loyola Law School. Our own Kelly Greer is set to open the doors wide open and has been wonderful about all of that. We're hoping that all of you will plan to participate in one way or another. There's always opportunities. And come by. We'll always send out notices to you, so you're able to come by, participate, register, and see, especially if you're located here in Southern California, since it will be at Loyola. What we would also like to report is our tremendous results with regard to our law pathway completers. So we've had 17 programs this year report that they have had at least one Pathway to Law student complete the program. And so that's very exciting for us, because now we are able to report that we have over 400 students who have completed the Pathway to Law program since 2014. And that is going to be very powerful, because now we're starting to have students who will be applying to law school. And we have 3 community colleges that have reported that they have students that are applying to law school this year. That would be Rio Hondo College, College of the Sequoias, and East LA College, reporting out that they have students actually applying to law school. So it'll be very exciting for us to see if they are accepted to law school, and hopefully we'll be able to report out that we have our first graduate of a law school that came through the Pathway to Law program. Yes?
Yeah, Leslie, can I just clarify? So when you're talking about the 17 programs that reported that they've at least one student, pathway student complete the program. By complete, you mean through the end of the 4-year school?
No. The community college program has a 7-course required pattern and a 2-course required elective. So according to the MOU, when they complete those 9 courses, they are certified and they have completed the pathway program at their community college.
Gotcha.
So that's 17 community colleges represented. And it's at least one, but in the case of Bakersfield College, they had 17 to complete. So our own Yinka Glover is on that advisory council, and they actually gave scholarships to each one of their pathway scholars. So they were able to each get $1,000. So we're trying to implement that in other programs. The Ventura College was able to have an endowment just for law pathway students. A retired attorney decided to take a look at the law pathway program. I went with their pathway team, and we presented in front of them, and they decided to give the Ventura College Law Pathway Program a dedicated scholarship and endowment through the Ventura College Foundation. So we're really trying to forge partnerships with these other entities that will specifically designate law pathway students and help them through their legal education. And as well, the University of California Office of the President, through their work with Han-Mi Yoon Woo, has designated the Law Pathway Program as a specialized program. So they will recognize law pathway scholars as having received specialized training, and they will be able to designate that on their applications fall of 2019. So this year will be a strong push and momentum for the UC transfers, since the UC system has decided to grant the pathway program that designation.
And so have all of those who completed the 17 this year, the 400, they started with the academies?
No, they have at least started with the community college where they are. But what we are seeking funding to develop is a database where we can track students that come out of law academies and go into law pathway programs. Right now, it's as they give us the data. So we have been able to get data from the CDE on how many law academy graduates we have. Right now, we have to match that up with any community college where those students have gone. So it's time intensive, but we've started on that particular lane. We have had one student that we grandfathered in that started with the law academies, correct? Isn't that correct, Ricky? Started in the law academies before the pathway program started, who is now completed law school, or they're into law school?
Just got admitted.
Just got admitted to law school. So we're going to keep our eye on that particular student, and we're going to go ahead and take that as a victory when they complete as well. So we're really happy to report that. Were there any other questions about law pathway program? Obviously our thrust is to make sure that we have full advisory councils at every community college. We have that slated to launch this fall, to make sure that all of the programs have their advisory councils launched. And of course, making sure all of our high schools are active and participating. So we do have some high schools that are just starting to ramp up, and we want to make sure to help them out as well. So.
I just have a question.
Yes, ma'am.
So when they do the pathway in community colleges, then they're able to have that designation on their record when they apply for your colleges?
That's correct. That's correct. We issue a certificate, and the state bar issues a certificate when it's an inaugural class. So it's interesting because even though the program has been active since 2014, all of our pathway partners didn't start in 2014. They had to organize their teaching teams and curriculum to get into compliance with the MOU. So as they have launched their programs, they will also have inaugural classes.
I think that the data on something like this is really important. It's something that we can use when we talk to the legislature, because these are some of the things that they ask about, is what specifically are we doing to increase diversity in the legal profession. I have talked a little bit about this to them. I didn't know totally all the parameters, but they were very encouraged to hear about the pathway, the 2+2+2, or whatever that is.
Yes.
And actually I was also talking to people from the Student Aid Commission about it, and they're like, oh really? So I don't know if you work with them at all, because I know they're over the secondary schools as well, and so it's something that they should be aware of and be involved in, maybe they already are.
The Student Aid Commission, I haven't had connection with the Student Aid Commission, but I would love to. And I'm more than happy to provide the data that we have collected. We don't have a formal system other than that I have to call them and ask them to send it to me.
I'm gonna tell you right now, we need that formal system.
We do.
We need that structure of
Yes.
the data of what's going on and what's actually happening. What is the metric? What are those numbers? Instead of just anecdotally telling them some things, I need to have some numbers to back it up.
Well, let me tell you that our California law academies, most of them are part of California Partnership Academies. You heard about the CPAs? Funded by the legislature, created by legislation in 1986. So there are over 500 CPAs in 15 different pathways: health, finance, med tech, green tech, whatever. We were the first 6 law academies in 2010. We received 6 uncontested grants from the California Department of Education to build the first 6 law academies, not administration of justice, not law enforcement, but law. And we were the first profession to go to the legislature and to go to the CDE and said, we want to partner with you, focused on the issues of diversity. Because the CPAs require 2 things. One, that they must be in classrooms of 350 or more. They must be in high schools of 350 students or more, which means that they will be in urban high schools. And number 2, that at least 50% of the students be at risk. It says nothing about race and ethnicity, which for us bypasses 209. We're always careful about Block 209. So it says 50% at risk. And what I finally figured out with those requirements, that 70 to 80% of the students in all of our law academies are students of color. That's when we work with the CE, get our first 6 uncontested grants. These CPA grants go out to all the high schools, and there's probably 50 applications to 1 grant that's accepted. We've got 6 uncontested grants, and we now have 22 high school academies since 2011, when the first academy started in August. And most of them are CPAs created under legislation, funded by the legislature, with very good metrics kept by the CDE every year. We have to extrapolate the law academy information, which can be done once in a while, but they've got a lot of CPAs going.
So organizations where it has that sort of
So we work with the CDE very carefully. We work with the community college chancellor's office. We work with the University of California office of the president. So they're all partners in this. And the State Bar Partnership, who doesn't fund us in any way, who doesn't give us any kind of staff support except it has been through PAT, but who is the California Law Organization, which was created by a grant from the Law School Admission Council, is 1 staff. That's Leslie. I mean, she does it all. And so she stays up 48 hours every day to do these things. But she, it's the pathway. So we call it the California Law Pathway, because when we married the high schools to what we used to call 2 + 2 + 3, whichever was that, which is the community college, undergrad, and law schools, then with the 9 to 19, 9th grade to the end of law school, 10-year pipeline, we now call it the California Law Pathway.
All right, I needed that cleared up.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, it sounds a little better than saying the 4 + 2 + 2 + 3.
Yeah. On the data side, I think, one of the things that Debbie was getting at is ultimately we want to be able to show sort of the progression that, this many students who started in 9th grade or started in the law academy, so how many of them ended up in community college? How many of them completed the community college pathway, ended up in the 4-year institution? How many of them ended up in law school, and then sort of follow them?
We'd love to do that. We just need funding.
Yes. We love to do that too. Right now, our only way to do it is anecdotally, is to ask how many came from, to ask each one of the 26 community college partners, how many of them pulled in from any law academies. And so
And then from there, how many transferred. So I work with the transfer councils to find out what undergraduate school they went to. And then from there, who is applying for law school. But as soon as we can get funding for a data system, we can have that.
But that's good for
where
me.
they can.
For me, that's good for me to hear.
Oh.
Because I get asked, well, what can we do? And so hearing something like that is real.
I will be happy to give you those numbers on what it would take for, we can do the data program through Salesforce and then Mobile Cause. So we have a plan in place.
Do you know how we're funded?
No.
No. So for the high school law academies are funded by the legislature and by Perkins money and by other, whatever the principal can pull together. So that funds the specific criteria that we need to meet for the law academies. For Leslie, the way we are funded, how we created California law is each of our community colleges pay us $5,000 a year to be part of the plan, to be part of the pathway. And that pays Leslie's salary. And we fundraise on other things. And so we have one staff, we haven't been able to fundraise enough to get her any help, although the Foundation for Community Colleges gives us support, and we are really under them. They are a 501c3. But they pay in $5,000 a year, trying to increase that, because that's the only funding we get.
That's good enough. Thank you.
I just want to say this is amazing information. I'm aware of what's happening in Bakersfield, but to hear the pathway,
That's
very
okay. exciting. That's the place.
One of our best
College.
We love Bakersfield.
I enjoy being part of it.
Thank you.
And I would also add, being at Loyola Law School, I know that I attended Santa Monica College's Pathway graduation last June, and they had about 9 or 10 students that were amazing.
Exciting, yes.
And all of the law schools that are part of the Pathway track on the law school application, ask the question, are you part of the Pathway? And so we have seen numbers, come in for applying already. So we are hopeful, and we're already changing some of our first generation orientation and programming to really accommodate these students.
Right, awesome, yes. I had been hearing things at Loyola, and apparently USC is trying to change quite a few things in order to accommodate the law pathway program. So as we get the information out, we are connected with the UCLA Law Forum, and we try to connect with every law forum that we can find out about. And we even have out-of-state law schools. The HBCUs are really excited about the law pathway program, and they are going to give free tuition to students of color from California, and particularly through our law pathway program. We have some free tuition opportunities. So there's a lot going.
And Holly can speak to all the different advisory councils she's been on. And LA. For our high school law academies.
Do not get me started.
Thank you for that report. And the next item on our agenda is at D3, ABA programs.
I'll be very short on this, since there's a lot of stuff going on at the ABA. I don't know if many of you received the letter that was written by Bob Carlson in response to the hearings that were going on last week. And of course, you know that Brett Kavanaugh did receive a well-qualified from our Judiciary Committee, but that was before all the information was known. So he wrote a very, I was very proud of Bob for doing this, wrote a letter that was hand-delivered to the Judiciary Committee chairs. And so the ABA has been very, very much involved in everything that's happening in Washington. When I became a member of the leadership of the ABA, I had no realization of the broad and international and national issues that they are in all the time. So very proud that Bob did that. He is a small town lawyer from Butte, Montana. This is the first time that probably a small town lawyer who isn't a big firm lawyer has been president of the ABA. And I met Bob in 2001 when he was a member of the committee that was my first committee, which was Bar Activities and Services. So he is now the president for the next year. Brenda?
And the upshot of the letter from the ABA was to do what? The upshot of the letter was to ask for the.
To ask for an FBI investigation before a vote was held on the Senate floor. And it looks like a lot of pressure from all kinds of different organizations. But they actually talked about the APA on national news and talked about how the APA had given Kavanaugh a well-qualified. And at that point in time, the letter was in process. But it was really incumbent at that time when they mentioned the APA nationally that this letter be sent. And again, the letter from the APA was on national news. So, oh, it was read by Chuck Grassley?
It was read into the record.
It was. Yes, yes, it was.
Only thing I'll add to that, that also was in the community, because I was hearing it in the spice store, around buying spices, and people were talking about how the ABA had come out against us. And so it's just the regular people. We're also impressed by the fact that the ABA was saying, you know what, that we're changing course and saying, you know what, we did say well qualified first, but now we're withholding. And so that was just in the regular community. So I just want you to know that. So if you can let him know that, yeah, that was really important to us, just a lot of regular people. So
I will let him know. I'll receive him next week, so I'll let him know. But our next APA meetings are in Las Vegas. We've never been in Las Vegas since I have been at the APA for almost 18 years now. We've never been in Las Vegas. So our next meetings in actually they're at the end of January, which is the best time to be in Las Vegas, I guess, if you're going to Las Vegas. But it will be held in Las Vegas. It's the mid-year meeting. So many of you, and I know Donna will be there for the first time, which would be great. Any of you who really want to get involved in the APA or want to know more about the APA, please let me know. We'd love to have all of you involved. Of course, I always see Holly there too. Holly's everywhere.
Thank you. So our agenda calls for us to grab our lunch. Our lunch is here. So we'll do that and take about 10 minutes to do so. We'll go back into session at 11:50.
I couldn't call it.
we'd like that work done, but it doesn't need to be done by now.
Okay.
Yeah, that's why we're like, I'm here, yeah,
Okay, we're live, back in session. So our next agenda item is item Roman numeral 3 under business. And the first thing that we're going to talk about, 3A, is co-op strategic plan review. We're asking the committee chairs to report on year-end completion of your task and proposed diversity and inclusion initiatives for future state bar strategic planning. Information will inform our discussion on future priorities, and highlighted items are scheduled for completion year-end. I'll try to make sure that I tell you about which ones those might be. So, yes?
These folders weren't meant for everybody to take.
I can't hear you.
These are samples of completed work of the committee. So I have 4 folders, so you can come around and look at it just to get an idea of what.
So you're passing around a folder of completed work, what that looks like. Thank you.
Look at it.
The first committee report,
You can have one.
A1, is from the Early Education Committee. And some of the completed items that should be highlighted would be the Know Your Rights Toolkit, Want to Be a Lawyer, brochure update, and the essay contest. Oh, let's see, did I get them all? Yes. Mark?
Yes.
Oh, Mark. I was going to report. I'm sorry. Looking over there.
Yes, Madam Chair. We, thanks to Connie, we have updated the Know Your Rights Toolkit. Want to Be a Lawyer brochure, I believe, has been done, yes or no, Pat? We were looking for more updated HIP figures or pictures.
The brochure can be duplicated because it can go through our print shop, but they don't have the capacity to make the actual changes for that one panel. So we need to talk to the original design person to make those changes, and that will be updated.
Okay.
Does everyone know what Know Your Rights is?
So, they're in the samples are in the folder. So.
The Know Your Rights Toolkit is basically a script for speakers to go, for example, to law academies and talk about students' rights if they get involved with the criminal justice system. You Want to Be a Lawyer is a brochure that talks about, the pathways to law and what it is to be going to the legal field. We also have the annual essay contest through the law academies, and prior meeting we decided to put an end to the contest because of low turnout. When we went to the summit, thank you. We had a huge backlash from the participants saying they really enjoyed it, and so we were going to talk within the subcommittee and get a little survey out and ask the schools if we did it, would you participate, and how many people could you guarantee us. Given the restructuring of the state bar, unfortunately a lot of that got put on hold because of the uncertainty of what was going on. So right now the essay contest is on hold. We'll need to address that at today's meeting. The early education pipeline outreach. I'm drawing a blank on that one, Pat.
That's the work that co-op is supposed to be doing ongoing to get the word out and to promote the law academies throughout the state so that where the academies are located, and they need attorney volunteers, judicial volunteers to serve as mentors, provide internships, and to serve on the advisory committees.
Oh,
So
right.
it's our job to get the word out to have those volunteers.
I have been the last couple of years been updating the legal internship listings throughout the state of California, and that's on the Law Academy's website. We I understand we continue to have need in Riverside County, and we're trying to reach out and find people and resources there. The Civic Action Project, again, because of the uncertainty of COAF, that has been on the back burner until now. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions for the early education committee?
So as each of the chairs are reporting, you're reporting on what is going to be completed by the year end, because that will go into our year end report. So the examples in the folder are things that will be completed. On the things that have not been completed, you need to keep all that in mind, because those could be possible initiatives that you might want to recommend under the priority goals that COAB will be recommending to the board.
Thank you, Pat. Our next update, item number 2, is from the College Law School Committee, and Kelly is slated to report here.
So with regard to the first item, the Law School 509 reports, the committee met last time and looked over the reports. I have been updating them in the last couple of weeks to this 2017 data. So that should be completed, and I would say outside of us looking, monitoring California law when we pass it over, just to make sure that they keep up those things, that is done on COAF's end. And then with regard to the diversity pipeline outreach, I would say that that is ongoing. We have collaborated with California Law and Pathway Summit, and just made sure that at every level that we are supporting the community colleges, undergrads, and law schools, and working with advisory boards and so forth. So that I would say we should continue to do. The effective lawyering programming. Pat, can you help me a little bit with that one?
We did that when we had the panels with Mark Schultz.
Oh,
with
yes.
Garner, to share what the effective lawyering project was all about, what the factors are, so that the teachers could incorporate that into the lesson.
Yes, and then was that at the last Pathway Summit when they did the full curriculum and all of that? Yes, so that's completed. I attended that. That was excellent programming, and that is done for now. And then with bar passage, I guess the ongoing productive mindset intervention sounds like it's underway and going well, and so hopefully we'll have some more findings with that. So I would say to continue to look at that for the next year.
Can I ask a question just for those of us that are less familiar? Can you talk a little bit more about the 509 reports, what they are, and where you're getting the data, and what the impetus for this effort is?
So I looked at all of the ADA accredited California law schools, looked at their 509 ADA disclosures, and completed basically a document that has like their bar passage rates at each of those law schools, their attrition rates after the first year, and then also transfer attrition rates, their conditional scholarship, if a student is losing their scholarship after the first year, what the percentage of that is. Basically a document to see how, and also it measures ethnic minority at each of the schools, gender at each of the schools. So it's a document that makes comparisons between the various ADA accredited law schools so that prospective students can see these figures. I know that working in the field myself, many prospective students don't even know that 509s are accessible. So California Law is going to have this on their website so that students can look at the website and know very quickly what the ethnic minority ratio is at various law school, what the bar passage rate is, what employment figures look like, and so forth.
And it's only for ABA accredited, because those are the only law schools that are required to provide that data, so it might be something that Cal accredited should provide too, so that the the chart is complete for all California law schools.
And the idea is that it's going to increase competition or
Yeah, and
drive the bar higher because schools will see how they compare to one another and students can choose.
There was a thought that the committee would try to rank them in some way, but we figured that would be too hard to do, we shouldn't be in the market of doing that. But they'll be able to look at it, and when it's all in one place like that, it's easier to see, because when you go on the various websites, it's hard to find some of the 509 reports, and it's hard to interpret the data on the 509s if you're not sure what it's representing. So this is a really easy way for students, for prospective law students to look to see what's going on in each law school, so they can decide if diversity is important to them, they'll be able to see the data to make their decisions about what they're going to.
Thank you, Karen. The next report is from the Legal Profession Committee. Melissa. Oh, if not, it's Judge Holly.
And the first thing I'm going to do is hand off the first part of that report to Gary Roberts. Yes.
Holly.
Hi. To talk about the entertainment industry corporate council focus group that we've been working on.
Yeah, and I don't have a lot to report on that. We have the materials ready to go out. We have the information ready to go out. Quite frankly, a lot of my focus got distracted over the course of the last couple of months. So I'll jump on my sword for that. But we should be in pretty good shape to roll that out and should have something good to report the next time we get together.
Is the mentoring pilot project, should we be talking about that now, or is that early in the So mentoring pilot project committee subcommittee has been working really, really hard and meeting with vendors, looking to compare different programs, beating down the vendors on price. And the main thing was that we were originally tasked by the Board of Trustees to look into the issue of what kind of mentoring program could the state bar potentially roll out just for everybody. And what we really learned through our study was that it really was not something that was feasible. We have thousands and thousands of new lawyers coming in every year, and we would need to have mentors or a program for some way to provide a formal mentoring program, which really, I think, for California would be enormously expensive and impractical. So what we're looking at now is we're looking at ways in which the state bar can provide a computer platform. Thank you. I don't know what's like that, but a platform by which the local bars, the ethnic bars, the specialty bars could have a process by which they could make it easier for them to find and recruit and train mentors and mentees, and then pair them together and monitor their progress. So that's what we've been doing, and we've been negotiating we've gotten it down to two vendors, and now we have excellent quotes. They are, again, much lower than they were when they first started, and we think that they provide a good platform. I don't know, did we make a final? I think things got a little bit slowed down by all the issues having to do with co-op and the state bar, but we're in a position right now where they want our business. And so we've got a lot, we've got, as I said, two excellent options. One in particular that we've been focusing on, which will provide two local minority and specialty bars the ability to personalize basically the program, to be able to provide consistent mentoring assistance and to train mentors and mentees. So there's been a lot of progress on this. I think, as I said, we've been sort of waiting while we didn't know what was going on with COAF, but I think that the subcommittee will be in a very good position to report in about a choice of recommendation for a vendor to work with, and I think it's going to provide a lot of good things to the profession.
And so I'll just sort of follow on that. So so a couple of things that we've been struggling with the mentoring project. Originally, the Board of Trustees had asked COAF to explore productive mindset study or the mentoring project as part of an effort to spend down reserves to ensure that all of our funds were within the reserve policy that was set by the board. We did obviously go forward with the productive mindset study, but that was done sort of at no cost to the COAF reserves, and so Pat was continuing to work with the mentoring working group to develop the mentoring program. We found ourselves in a different financial place than we anticipated. The reserves managed to spend that themselves. And so because this was sort of being looked at as a sort of project that would involve the spend down of the reserves, and we weren't there anymore. We were trying to spend some time, go through the budget and figure out where we were, and we had put a hold on it. Now we got to the point where because of, I don't know who to attribute the incredible haggling to, it's still not, it's still not fundable through the reserves because they simply aren't there. But it's certainly something that, you know, we can consider the expenditure of general fund on. But we got to the point where we were sort of so close to November now, where the idea, and we'll be talking about November in just a little bit, but we're going to be having a joint meeting with the executive team of COAF and the programs committee, where you all are going to, where you're going to be presenting and talking about things that we discussed a little later on today. Sort of what should the BAR's role be going forward? What objectives and initiatives should the BAR be engaged in to increase diversity and inclusion throughout the profession? So it made sense that at this point we should roll the mentoring pilot into that discussion and make sure that the board felt at this point that that was something that, using sort of the resources of the BAR in terms of people and money, that was one of the areas where we could really be most impactful, and that fits in with sort of the thinking of the board as we start engaging them more and more on the issues of diversity and inclusion. So that's why we've been in a bit of a holding pattern on that.
Yeah, it's again, this is another program that has been sort of on hold while we've been dealing with institutional issues, but we do have where Legal Professions Committee is you know, we have a video we've talked about updating because it is getting a little bit old, and we're going to look at the issue of focus groups, for example, and how it is that it can help us to sharpen our mission and make sure that we are on board with the Board of Trustees' mission and goals. Okay.
Thank you. Any questions for the Legal Profession Committee? The next item, number 4, is the Judicial Committee, and specifically on the Judicial Summit report and recommendations. So, the most recent summit was held in 2016. It was the third summit that's held every 5 years. The first 2 summits, I should say the first summit initiated under the direction of Judge Brenda Harbin-Forte. We were lucky, of course, to have her on the committee in 2016. The summit came to, first of all, we had a wonderful, wonderful committee to work with. The Judicial Council also appointed an advisory member to our committee and helped us with a few in-kind resources. But I'd say the heavy lift really came from CJA with the help of Judge Brenda as an additional partner for us. CJA was very instrumental, for example, in getting our space, because had they not done that, we would not have been able to hold the summit. So a lot of resources that came from the California Judges Association. What we have here, though, are a list of findings that came out of the summit, as well as insight from those findings, and I'll just tick these off very quickly. The first finding was that, oh, and by the way, with this summit, it was the first time that we used the wind tunneling process, so it was really a good help to get a diverse view and opinion into the room. So in addition to those who actually were physically present for the summit, we were able to get input from folks all over the state and through the wind tunneling process. So that was another good asset for us. So the first finding was that people have a lot of different interpretations when they define diversity. And an insight that was gained from that is what we need to agree on some definitions to achieve broad-based support for strong action. The second finding was that cultural awareness as a selection criteria for judicial officers and subordinate judicial officers is important, and that courts should consider an applicant's exposure to and experience with diverse populations as part of the selection criteria. The insight from that one was to include cultural awareness as a criteria for bench and court officers. And if at any time anyone wants to add anything to any of these, please do so. The next finding was a need to identify and collect relevant data depending on identified outcomes and what data is needed to help achieve those outcomes. A public perception identified as a preferred outcome. The insight from that was that we need a systematic review of what data needs to be undertaken so that relevant data can be identified, gathered, synthesized, and presented to our public. Finding, judges should do more in terms of connecting with and encouraging young people to learn more about the judicial system and the people who lead it in the day-to-day operation of our courts. Insight, investment in social media outreach education to connect judges and court officers with diverse young people. Finding, focus on increasing engagement of judges with communities through outreach and education. Insight, local judiciary and court officials should take the initiative to both host and attend events with the communities they serve to build healthy relationships of confidence based on understanding and empathy. Finding, the current judicial retirement system is a barrier to more diverse judiciary. Insight, need to change the judicial retirement system to attract attorney applicants from diverse backgrounds. So there's actually a report that will come out of the summit. The report is usually a guiding document for the next 5 years until we hopefully hold the next summit. It summarizes the findings and recommendations. It is also used as a way of measuring success because the next committee would be able to look at what was identified as a goal or recommendation in the report. And another thing that happens is that there are different entities that can be identified to carry out those goals. And then there's a check-in to see which ones have actually been concluded and accomplished. And that has happened. So this first summit in 2006, the report, we were able to use that as a benchmark for what was actually accomplished as we went into the 2009 summit. And the same thing for 2016. So that report, as I mentioned, is in a draft form. We really don't have a lot of labor right now to be able to complete the report, but we are hoping to have it maybe before the end of the year. The other judicial diversity initiatives should be reported on by you, Judge.
Oh, okay, all right. And I will say, yeah, our goal is to try to get that final. I'm sorry, thank you all. Our goal really is to try to get that final report and recommendations out. With respect to the other initiatives, as you all know, we're sort of in a lame duck session, so to speak, in terms of a governor New governor will be elected in November, and we can't really do much in terms of judicial appointments until the governor gets in place a judicial appointment secretary or advisor, and really gets the process in place. Sometimes the application itself is changed once the governor gets in. Sometimes it's not uncommon for that to occur. So we have to wait. We'll just have to wait before we can do a lot of the things. So appointments, workshops for seasoned and young lawyers that would sort of put things on hold in terms of trying to do anything. Obviously, there's also one issue in terms of exactly what COAF is going to be able to do. Although I read the new language to it, that would the reference to the legal system as also talking about the judiciary. But there are also some other issues and stuff because we still believe in the indication we're getting from the judicial council that they will not take on the judicial diversity in terms of appointments and stuff, but their focus is going to be after someone gets on the bench and then provide training, resources, services, et cetera, et cetera. So there will either be nobody concentrating on making sure there's a diverse judiciary, or I think it will be left up to the state bar to pick that up. Everything's sort of on hold with respect to that. And the mentoring workshops as well, those would be, again, to try to help people get on the bench and try to make sure that there's a diverse judiciary. The Jenny bias training coordination, we did that. One was completed in August or something. In August, the Jenny commissioners were trained under the auspices of COAF, and that was Judge Michelle Williams Courts, the LA court, and who else was involved? Okay, wasn't Cynthia? But in any event, we did complete one training for Jenny, and we generally do about.
Judge Brenda?
Yes.
Do you know if that implicit bias course is taught at the National Judicial College?
I don't know if it's the same course and stuff, but this is the one that under legislation, we are required to provide. The Jenny commissioners are required to undergo bias training, and that was as a result of the work that COAF did those many years ago and over the years in terms of making sure that the decision makers are sensitive to the people they are evaluating. We have a number of people of color and women who seem to be getting more evaluations out of the Jenny Commission, and as well some not qualified findings out of the Jenny Commission. And the governor generally will not appoint if you are not found to be qualified by the Jenny Commission. So we wanted some bias training, some cultural training, some sensitivity training, and even just an open dialogue. For a while, many of the Asians were concerned because it appeared that Asian applicants could not get to the Jenny Commission. So that kind of dialogue and discussion and training, again, all about implicit bias to try to see where the problem was along the way. So we've been doing that now for many years.
What I was going to say is that the training this year, I convinced my friend Judge Michelle Williams Court, who was appointed the same day I was about 7 years ago, who does training for, she does substantial amounts of training for Judicial Council, and she also was a former member of Jenny. So she was able to give very, very good instruction that was specifically targeted towards the Jenny process and how it is that Jenny commissioners look at things. And she's spoken to me about perceptions of bias that she has heard, so that she is able to direct direct her attention to those issues on that. We should talk about the National Judicial College, since Venice is the head of that now.
Yeah, and with respect to that, it used to be, the training used to be done by Kimberly Papillon, did the first several years, and then we started doing it, COAF started doing it directly when I was chair the last time around of the Judicial Committee. I would do it along with Cynthia Wu and others, so we would have a COAF team go to do the Jenny Commission training at least annually. and then Dinah was chair, and then they started sort of a different kind. So they've been trying to mix it up over the years, but we've been pleased to do that. I should also indicate that historically, in terms of bias training, when Governor Brown came in, we worked with Josh Groban, who was very open to trying to figure out what could possibly be done. We wanted training among all the decision makers. What he did do was have us present bias training to his staff. And Kimberly Papillon went and presented that program to his staff members who were interacting with judicial applications and stuff. And so that was a big coup for us to be able to do that. We talked and lobbied for the opportunity to train the secret committees, but
they're called secret committees.
That's one of the things. That's one of the things. It was kind of like, well, if we do the training, some of them may feel that that we think that they are biased and everything, and then plus, because some of the names are confidential, and everybody would know.
Everybody knows who
it's the best kept.
Everybody knows it.
So he just didn't want to do that, and we still haven't been able to. Perhaps our next governor, we may well be able to talk the governor into letting us present something to their secret committees on what they're looking for, because as you may know, a lot of people won't get appointed to the bench and don't because they can't make it through the secret committee. So we have that.
Brenda?
Yes.
Just I wanted to add that the training that was presented by Judge Court this year, the feedback was that it was excellent.
Yes.
We should keep her in mind for future training. And
I talked her into it.
I was talking to the Jenny staff yesterday, and they've already had positive feedback and impact on some of the Jenny members who are putting her teachings into practice. They're able now to recognize when they use certain words what it really means, that that's code for something, and that bias, hidden bias, and they didn't realize it, and now they realize it. So they're being really aware in terms of how they evaluate, what terminology they use, what reasoning they use in terms of evaluating the potential applicants, and it has made an impact. And I wanted to recognize Esther, because Esther was our co-op representative this year. She presented the data, but she was there with Judge Court. And if you want to add anything, because everybody who was there, was a terrific training.
So the training was held in August, on August 10th, and all the Jenny members actually came up to us afterwards and said this was the most tangible and the most practical training that they received. And they also appreciated the fact that we had this open forum where we could actually talk about it. And what we did on behalf of COAF was, before Judge Court gave her implicit bias training, we provided the statistics up to 2017. And it was an eye-opening experience for some of the Jenny commissioners. And they actually said, there's something powerful about actually having the numbers out there, having the different pie graphs, having different charts that can actually visually show you that this is what it really looks like, this is what the numbers look like. So they had some suggestions on some more data that they thought would be helpful, and so we'll be working on that for hopefully next year.
One of the things that I've been talking about with various other judges is that we've been talking about that when we have the new governor in, especially when we have the new appointment secretary in, that we have sort of a how implicit bias does affect. Go ahead.
Are there any, since with the state bar's restructuring, given that COAF and Jenny are both kind of committees, is Jenny potentially getting smaller to 7 as well? Or I don't know what size they are.
I can't imagine.
I can't imagine. It's so much work.
Go ahead.
They're expanding.
Right, there's a process by which committees over 7 will be
you know, an evaluation or assessment will be done if they need to be over 7, and I think we have several that are likely to remain as they are.
And with respect to the staff that are presented to the Jenny commissioners, we've always included that so that they can see what's going on. And that's been a part of our program for all the years that we've been doing the Jenny training. But sometimes as new people come on and they actually see the impact. But the pie graph, the pie charts and bar graphs and everything have always made an impact. But I'm glad that they have been. They're open and that there has been a change of attitude. The other aspects of it, Michelle Williams Courts is she's an African American judge. She was actually the first African American judge appointed by Brown. And Judge Groban just loves her. He thinks she just walks on water and everything.
Soon to be Justice, but currently not Judge Groban.
Yeah, right. Yeah, soon to be Justice Groban, that's right. Yes. So anyway, so that is that on the Jenny bias training, and hopefully, particularly, emphasize that COAF will continue to focus on diversity in the judicial profession. We assume we'll keep doing that, but again, it's because everything's on hold now. We don't know. Finally, the local screening committee trainings.
Judge Brenda, can I just mention one thing before you leave the Jenny? Because I don't want us to lose just one little historical piece that I think is important about the training, and that is the importance of keeping it sort of new and fresh each year. Not necessarily that the speakers need to change, but that the content. And I say that because the first time when I was just an understudy, I guess, if you will, sitting in the back of the room watching the training, I noticed that a lot of the commissioners were not paying any attention. They were on their computers, they were doing all kinds of stuff, not listening to a word that COAF was saying. And so casually during the lunch hour, I sort of asked people, you know, what was going on, why weren't they paying attention? And the answer was that because of the fact that they served 3-year terms, they were hearing the same thing from us every single year for 3 years. And right then and there, we made a decision that our Jenny training would basically have a 3-year format. So in year 1, you would have, say, presentation A. And then year 2, you'd have presentation B. And then year 3, presentation C. And then begin to repeat it so that people are not hearing the exact same thing every year.
But at each of those, you would present the stats. So that's basically the state of the judiciary, basically.
Yeah, just to interject, Jenny is always anxious. There it is. Jenny is always anxious to see the stats because they want to see how well they're doing.
Yeah.
And it's the stats we present are a comparison from year to year. So one year they got really upset that they weren't doing really well. So and you can't. Stats don't lie. I mean, it just came from their reports. So that motivated them to figure out what they were doing and how to apply the bias training and so forth, so that they could be more take a greater steps towards increasing the rankings for minority applicants and so forth. Because that's the criticism that came out for Jay, was that the rankings for minority applicants was down compared to others. And also that Jenny, they felt embarrassed about it, so they really took that to heart and started to focus directly in terms of applying what they were learning. And I think they're really a lot more satisfied with what the results are.
And I just want to give props to Judge Brenda, because she is on those stats for the appointments. I tell you, the minute they come out, she's on to all the minority bars saying, identify who is this. And so we're tracking things down, and we're calling up people, our friends in the courts, and saying, is this person X, Y, or Z? And literally, the governor's office does not know. The governor's office calls up Brenda and asks, what are our stats? So, and because they want to make sure that they're following up, because we'll say, oh no, that person is named such and such, but really they're not what it appears to be on the maybe on what even was announced. So Brenda has the best records of who has been appointed.
With Holly's help, along the way, because, there's a small group of us, and so we go basically, who you claim, and LA is API, and then the Latinos and everything, so we have representation from everybody. The governor's office has been good as well about us tracking LGBT appointments as well. So, so we work with the governor's office on that. But it is really, and I should indicate that part of the stats we collect specifically with respect to the Jenny Commission is what we compile from their annual reports, which is how many APIs, how many African Americans, how many Latino judges are getting, what ratings they're getting from the Jenny Commission. And so we've been able to do that year by year, and they have increased because there were a lot of ethnic minorities again who were found NQ, not qualified, or just had a general qualified rating. So we've been able to do that, and that's had a huge impact in terms of the number of diverse applicants who've been able to serve on the judiciary. The local screening committee trainings, that is a plan to train all of the county bar judicial evaluations committee to do implicit bias training for them, because the governor's office does have contracts with many county bars, and they will get an evaluation from the county bar. So if there's implicit bias going on by those local, by the county Judicial Evaluations Committee, and people are not getting good ratings so that they can get through the process and get appointed by the governor's office, and obviously that has a negative impact on the level of diversity in the profession. So that's another a goal that we would like to do, that, again, until we get a real clear sense of what COAF can do. Those things are sort of on hold, so nothing along those lines will probably be done by the end of the year, because there'll be a new governor coming in, and also because we'll get the new governor.
If I could just use this as an opportunity to update the council on some of the work that we're doing that I think really draws upon the groundbreaking activities of COAF. It has been the case that it is only the Jenny Commission that has routinely been provided with implicit bias training at the bar. We do have many committees, as we heard. Think about the Committee of Bar Examiners, for example. This is an obvious committee that should receive the same training and making very important decisions. But ones that you might not think of so immediately, I think one that comes to my mind is our Legal Services Trust Fund Commission, which is responsible for making allocation decisions. How are we distributing our grant money? And are we making sure that we're doing so in an equitable manner and that does not reflect any implicit bias? So when we talk about the recommendation to have standardized onboarding and training for our sub-entities, that will include implicit bias training for all volunteers at the bar. We've also brought implicit bias training to state bar staff proper for the first time. Those of us that are housed in San Francisco will be attending trainings on Monday or Tuesday. These are mandatory trainings for all staff, including staff in our prosecutor's office, our Office of Probation, our Substance Abuse Treatment Program, and our state bar court judges. So we wanted to bring you to that fact, and it is Kimberly Papillon who's doing the trainings for us.
Okay, any questions? That concludes my report, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Any additional questions or comments? Item number 5 is the roadshow, the slides and the data collection and the distribution of demographic information and data updates. And so one of the things to flag here is that we're going to need a full review of the data that's been collected and included in our PowerPoint slides. I should pause though to say, to me, this is one of the best tools that COAF has created to be used. We call it the roadshow. We've heard that it was used for the Jenny training, but it is so valuable when you go out to speak about diversity in our legal profession and also diversity for our judicial officers as well. But one of the things about the PowerPoints is that, as you just heard, when the presentation was made to Jimmy, they have some recommendations of additional things that they would like to see. So there does have to be an evaluation of what data is needed that would best inform ongoing diversity and inclusion initiatives. Also, there's the need to keep the data current, and so somebody definitely has to be identified for that, because frankly, Pat is the person who traditionally, we would come to her, we would go out on the road and come back and say, oh, this group wants to see, these additional things. And then Pat, of course, would update our PowerPoint slides. So that definitely needs to be flagged in terms of keeping our data current. And also sometimes there's statistical information that has to be calculated, and all of that has to be done. And then there's a need to determine the most cost-effective way to share and distribute the data. So I think this is an important project. I hope co-op doesn't lose this at all, because it is an amazing presentation that has been used in so many ways in so many different places.
Members, another comment. Many groups will also contact the state bar. They're doing presentations on the level of diversity in the judiciary, and they will contact the state bar, contact Pat, and then Pat, state bar gives permission to use those slides, and they present at various things. So we may try to make it available. I do think as well, I think at the last meeting we appointed a subcommittee to look at the virtual slides. I think I volunteered. I don't know, I think Esther may have volunteered as well.
So you just did?
I'm sorry, and you?
No, I was gonna say she just did.
Yes, she did, yes.
Mary just volunteered.
And Mary just volunteered. I heard Mary said, I'll do it. I did. And let me take this opportunity, and I want to thank Esther for doing the Jenny training there. And I apologize, I drew a blank on it, as I said, I know Michelle Williams coordinated and somebody else did it. I apologize. Thank you, Esther. All right, I'm done. That's what I'm showing.
Thank you. Item number 6 is wind tunneling process. I used to be able to explain wind tunneling in a nutshell. But is everybody familiar with wind tunneling?
You're trying to evade it?
Okay, good. Because I didn't want to challenge myself that way. But with respect to wind tunneling, we do need to incorporate the wind tunneling process into the ongoing strategic planning, so that we ensure that we get feedback from a full range of stakeholders. It's really a wonderful, wonderful tool. As I mentioned, we used it with the Judicial Diversity Summit in 2016. It allowed us to reach so many different people from so many different backgrounds, and to engage them in a pretty simple way, electronically, to get their ideas and their input on certain topics regarding diversity. So we need to have topics identified by the state bar and try to figure out how we use this wind tunneling process and incorporate it into our ongoing strategic planning.
And if I may, Jenna?
Yes.
As you know, at the last meeting, we looked at a revision of the wind tunneling topics based on the language in what is now the statute as opposed to the proposed legislation. Because we're required to develop and implement a plan, and there are those broad goals that we talked about that are set forth in the statute, and so we tried to craft some topics around those goals. What we realized really made a lot of sense is, again, sort of going to the jumping ahead a little bit to the next topic on your agenda, as we are, as a COAF executive team will be presenting to the Programs Committee of the Board of Trustees in November about some ideas for what the Programs Committee should, what COAF is encouraging the Programs Committee to recommend to the board for adoption as objectives. We thought that it might be helpful to have a discussion of the wind tunneling topics at that time, and have the members of the Programs Committee say, as we're thinking through these recommendations, it would be helpful to have some insight on what people are thinking about X, Y, or Z. That will help us shape and formulate these final recommendations for the board for the January meeting. And so we wanted to take the opportunity at that programs committee meeting to talk a little bit about Win-10-Win, to brainstorm with the programs committee about some of those topics. Pat has contacted the Win-10-Win consultant that we've been working with, and she is on standby and prepared to present and work with the programs committee, because I do know that the development of topic areas for wind tunneling is more of an art than a science. And so having her there, my phone, I'm assuming, okay, having her there in person, might help help folks understand sort of the types of things that you ask as part of the tunneling.
Yeah, once the programs committee says, we need to get information on X, then Jane will help them craft the topic in the best way for the wind-tunneling process. It's good that she'll be there. She was really excited that that was going to
The next item, number 7, is the mentoring pilot project.
Did that actually with Judge Holland?
You did it already, nothing else for that?
Yeah.
Number 8.
Didn't impact
All right. No problem. Stakeholder outreach dialogue, number 8. Overall, we need to identify the best ways to initiate and maintain ongoing communication with diversity stakeholders, and to identify and implement initiatives and programs and to keep momentum going on current topics. Some of the ways that might happen could be stakeholder dialogues, stakeholder forum, or EOB MCLE programming. So those are just some ideas. Anything else on that? Yes.
I have something. I have been.
Microphone.
Oh, I don't have one.
Where'd it go?
Does this one work?
Yeah, it's a prize.
So I think many of you know that I have been the COAF representative on the mandatory malpractice insurance work group. And to that end, I've been attending meetings and as best as I can representing whatever I thought was the perspective of attorneys of color, underrepresented attorneys, and attorneys maybe who are working in areas where they may or may not be making as much money, and maybe rural areas, and are working in either pro bono or low bono services. That seems to have been like the niche areas that are a little bit underrepresented in the room during these discussions. And so stakeholder outreach has become an issue because they are trying to get information. And so the idea is that this committee has been tasked with trying to determine whether the bar or the state should mandate that all attorneys in the state of California be forced to have malpractice insurance. And so the question is, how will that affect access to legal services, particularly in rural areas by attorneys who are doing low bono, meaning, less, under market value work, or work that's being done by attorneys who are working, some of them maybe they've retired and they're only doing one or two cases a year. If they're forced to get insurance, which the numbers of how much insurance is going to cost them has been bantered about between $4,000 and $6,000 and $8,000 a year. So it's not an insignificant number for someone who's only going to do a couple of cases a year. And what that means, and essentially this whole committee is working in a vacuum. They just can't seem to get any data. They don't have any data. They don't have any hard data about how many people have insurance, how many people don't have insurance, why they don't have insurance, and who wants it. And so they've tried a couple of surveys, they've sent it out to all attorneys and just aren't getting a lot of responses. And so for COAF's stakeholders, particularly attorneys of color or attorneys who are maybe working in these rural areas or working with underrepresented people or people who may have less access to attorneys, particularly if there comes a time when there are more restrictions placed on attorneys and so they are forced to work somewhere where they're making more money. They just need their voices to be heard, and I'm not sure that they are even aware that they have the opportunity to have their voices heard. The impression I'm getting is that they may not actually know that the committee exists, number one, or that the committee wants to hear from them, that these surveys are going out. So, I'm bringing it up now to see, you know, what COAF can or should, if COAF should do anything sort of more formally about it. If we have, I don't know if we have a formal list of stakeholders or if we just have informal lists of stakeholders that maybe we can forward on the survey. I did get a copy of the survey. There was a survey specifically made for, it was made to be sent out to low bono and pro bono sort of incubator places, which was thought to be something that might be affected most by this. Yes.
I would think that the major focus on that has got to be sole and small firm lawyers, because medium firms, large firms, they have malpractice insurance, and and that perhaps using the sole and small firm section of CLA, for example, to try to work with them on this issue, because I do know they're very concerned about this. Another thing is it's a two-part issue. One of which is, yes, the lawyers and the concern about the cost, and perhaps that's something that could be dealt with in negotiations with insurance companies that want to provide to lawyers in California. But another thing is, do you say, well, because of this, the clients of those lawyers will not have malpractice insurance protection if there is a problem. So it's both the lawyer and the client that you have to be considering in this. And we actually had, it again, didn't get much of a response, but when I was president of the State Bar, we had a subcommittee looking into the issue of making it mandatory. There was a huge outcry from solo and small firm lawyers saying we can't afford it, and it sort of all went away. And sort of came down to a disclosure issue as to you're disclosing that you do not have malpractice insurance, which again is a protection for, the idea was it was public protection, and make sure that if you took out, maybe you say, all right, the reason why my lawyer doesn't have malpractice insurance is because I'm paying very little or nothing for this service, but that generally very little is not really a pro bono issue, I think. But that, but you know, I recognize and I acknowledge that there is no malpractice insurance. There's no safety net under there if this goes south.
Right, and so this right now, this isn't an advocacy question. All this is an information gathering question, because we just don't, like I said, the committee's sort of flying blind. And so it could be that they send out this survey and everybody responds back, yes, insurance is important and we all need it. Or it could be that they send it back and they say, if you force us to get insurance, we're all going to go out of business. They just don't have that. They don't have any information. And so they're making assumptions, flying blind. And so this is just one little portion. The committee has been divided up into several sections, and each is tasked with with something different. And several of them you just addressed. One of them is, you know, can we? How will it work? Can we negotiate the prices? Can we do these other things? So all of those things are being addressed in a different model. My question for us here is just this one little narrow thing is, how can we get some responses from some attorneys to the survey, so we have some information for the committee to read. And that's my only question, is how can we get some responses to the committee so at least they have information.
My experience was that if you don't have insurance coverage, you're not gonna respond to a survey. Because they're afraid that it's the state bar taking this information in, and they use it and come back and say, you don't have insurance, get it. That was my reading of what happened last time.
Well, and that may be, this one is this particular one is anonymous. You know, eventually they're gonna have to start taking it, you know, in with the dues or something, you know, and get real data, but we don't have time for that. We have a deadline that's set by the legislature. We don't have that information.
Is it possible to do it through the affinity bars, you know, so that they just poll their members, so there's there's that level of anonymity in between what gets to you and, you know, who they report to, kind of thing? Is it possible for them to do that?
Yeah.
Can you help you with that, or?
I think anything is possible, and that's sort of why I wanted to just bring it to the group as a whole, because when I first got the survey, I thought about just going down, you know, looking them all up and sending it out myself. But I thought, number one, there's so many people in this room who have connections, personal connections, that they could send it out. It is an anonymous survey. I think that, you know, the sort of like the motivation behind it is good. They just need to hear something. And if what they need, and if people want their voices to be heard, now's the time to do it. You know, you don't want to wait till after the fact and then have an outcry, like Judge Holly says. If you want to have an outcry for or against, whichever way, just let your voice be heard now rather than later. And that's what I'm trying to get across, is I just thought that in this room, we might have some people who could get that survey out to whomever, everybody, you know, anybody and everybody. Because like I said, it's already been sent out essentially there's been different versions sent out to every attorney. They're just not getting responses back. And they just want responses back. So there's really no harm, no foul either way. I'm just hoping that we can get attorneys of color and attorneys who maybe sometimes their voices aren't heard for other reasons, to get their voices heard on this issue before the issue's decided.
It has been sent out to the affinity bars. We sent it out to all the local bars as well, and through to CLA. So there's been extensive outreach, and as you know, at the last board meeting, the board approved sending they're not called recommendations, sending the tentative thoughts of the working group out for formal public comment. So we've done that as well to try to increase the response. So we've made a lot of effort. The board also did approve, very interestingly, I think to your other point, Judge Bouvier, contracting with NORC out of the University of Chicago to do a survey of the public, a statistically significant survey of the public to see what they think about whether or not malpractice insurance should be mandated. So that will be an interesting perspective that will bring to this conversation as well.
I think for lawyers, it's kind of a lose-lose. If you have insurance, you don't care. I've got insurance, I'm not going to respond to some survey about it, that I have and I like it. If you don't have insurance, that you're worried about the fact that people are knowing about, or even that you're responding to something saying you don't have insurance. And so really nobody has an incentive to participate in that. I know, like I said, I was frustrated at what happened last time about this, and I can see why it's frustrating trying to get that information. You've already sent it out to people. Although it's sort of interesting because I'm a member of a bunch of affinity bars and and the LA County Bar and various other of the non-state bar entities. And it was sent to them to send it out. As far as I know, they didn't send it out. So,
yeah. Which is, I guess, was my point, was that it clearly didn't work the first time. So I'm hoping that, I was hoping that, you know, maybe then the bars that you're associated with get an email from Judge Bouvier saying, hey, can you send this?
I can't do that.
Well, and obviously that those are your ethical rules, so you would have to evaluate them, but I'm not sure that you sending something out saying, hey, the state bar is asking for input on a survey, I'm not sure that that's asking for political or any, I don't see the ethical, but you could look at it. But
perhaps maybe
if somebody, or the other people in the room who don't have an issue with that could pass it on to whomever that they thought. Like I said, my only goal is to get voices heard, whoever it is that needs to be heard, because it just seems like that's not happening. And I'd really rather it happen before rather than after, when people are dealing with consequences, whatever those consequences happen to be, because we don't really know what those are going to be at this point. So that was my 2 cents on the how to deal with our stakeholders.
Thank you. Our next item is number 9, leadership pathway development. And here, we need to identify an approach to build leadership skills, enhance career development for attorneys from diverse backgrounds. There's a proposal in your handouts.
It's the same handout that has the people, language, and for the Career Development and Leadership Conference on Diversity and Inclusion.
If everyone will please take a moment to look at that so we can open the discussion.
So this was proposed by Angela, who sends her apologies for not being here, but she will be at the Programs Committee meeting in November.
So it looks like what Angela has given us is a document that helps us to think about developing strategies to expand and promote within a career. This is a proposed day-long conference that brings people together, experienced presenters from the private sector and public and judicial system and academics, among others. How to talk about making partner and what resources are available to develop leadership skills and networks, what it takes to be a serious contender for a judicial position, and what advancement looks like in agencies that use lawyers for more than litigation. So just a whole array of topics. She does have a budget estimate here. No, that's not the budget estimate. That is the amount of funds available to fund expenses related to the convening. So anyway, if anyone has any feedback on that idea, I think the goal is to sustain diversity and inclusion efforts, succession planning, which would be important, as well as co-op appointments would be important there too. Any comments or discussion on that? Yes, Ruby?
This would actually be the 3rd leadership summit that we would have. We had the first one in 2007, 2008, 2006, 2000. We had the second one over at the Supreme Court in their conference center in 2012. Wasn't it 2012?
The Super Bowl. I mean
during the Super Bowl,
World
during the World Series, right? So we had roads blocked off and people having to come through, and it was highly successful. And we worked really closely with the JC staff. So this would be the 3rd, and I think it's something that's needed, even though a lot of other organizations do leadership development. The ABA has a national, what it's called, Collaborative Bar Leadership Conference, CBLA, for all national leaderships for the 4 national ethnic bars. So there has been precedence for this. We've done it twice, very successfully, with the state bar doing it.
Actually, the first one was further back than that.
2004?
It was done, and Robert Gray was the
Was he the president?
He was the keynote speaker when he was president. So
And
what
during
year-
ours, Tawny was our, Chief Justice was
That
our.
was the 2012.
The second one, yeah.
But Robert Gray was the keynote speaker at our
For the first one.
So whatever year he was president, that was the year it was held.
2000 and, I think Dennis Archer was 2004, I think Dennis was, or Robert was 2005. So then 7 years later, so now this is another 7 years later. It's a 7-year-ish to do leadership training.
Well, and then we did get funding for 3 years in a row, maybe 4, from the Bar Foundation. When Rod was here, and he actually ran a leadership institute, kind of like the Collaborative Bar Institute. And it was an expanded, extensive training for minority attorneys to teach them every aspect of leadership, networking, and so forth. And I think if we check with him, most of the attorneys who went through that training are now very successful in terms of their careers. So it's something that's effective. The problem with that program is that it cost a lot because you were investing in individuals. So there weren't that many individuals who participated, and it was through an application process. It was very competitive, but the ones that were selected did very well, and they're now very successful. The Bar Foundation stopped investing in it because it did cost so much, and that they didn't get the level of return that they wanted in terms of the investment of the funding. But the idea behind this is because there's just a lot of talk about it. When we talk about recruitment, retention, and so forth, and career development, we haven't really circled back to focus on these concepts in the recent work of COAP. Plus, there's the other element of trying to maintain leadership in the diversity and inclusion arena, because as people get older and they retire and so forth, who's left behind? And if you don't keep that kind of leadership pipeline going, then you're going to lose the momentum and the impact that you're doing.
I was going to say that now we have California Change Lawyers has been reconfigured. We might want to bring that up with Chris, the new ED.
I have a question. I'm curious how many participants you've had in the past.
Is anyone here on the committee? I think it was like maybe 15 each year.
Okay, so it's not large.
No, it was like it was a cohort. And they took it the entire summer, and they came to the State Bar for trainings. They went to various events to put what they learned into practice. And they had really high-level assignments that they had to complete and so forth. But it was an extensive period of time and investment of their time as well in terms of the program. But it was very successful, but it was because it was such a small group. And then they were funded to travel to all these places and to come to the meetings and so forth, so it did cost a quite a bit. I'll try to find it for your proposal. So you can see that.
Would the success stories from the program, would they be interested in I don't know what the word would be, but like reinvesting in it, donors to it?
In contact, because it's been a while since they took questions.
Anyone else? The next item number 10, measurable outcomes. This identifies the need to work with the State Bar of Research, the Office of Research and Institutional Accountability, ORIA, and other consultants so that we can identify measurable outcomes. I think it's really become a very important topic, not just to say you did certain work, but to be able to articulate how you'll measure success and to measure the outcomes from that work. So this is going to certainly be a challenge for us to undertake. We'll need to identify measurable outcomes and document change during the process of identifying our priorities. And then I'm also asked to flag here that there's a need to determine ways to increase the funding for diversity and inclusion efforts and where that might come from.
Can I add something? I just observing co-op over the years, I'm not sure that co-op has the expertise to develop outcomes, measures, and so forth. So it's going to be up to State Bar to determine if there's internal expertise in how to do that once we decided what priorities we might want to consider as to how to craft outcomes that will be meaningful and impactful. And if the priorities don't come with visual outcomes, then maybe we don't do them. So that's something that's going to have to happen, and I think, and I'm advocating that we bring another resource like help with the diversity and inclusion priorities that are potentially to be identified so they can determine what they're and then work and then cooperatively could work with them to determine how to actually implement to achieve those outcomes.
My microphone, thank you. There we go. And we started this activity at the last COAF meeting, and actually with the executive committee of COAF a few weeks before that, where we really started looking through the strategic plan and saying, what of these items are measurable? So it's important that we not we figure out sort of the chicken and egg issue here, right? What we need to do is make sure that we are developing recommendations to the bar for things that are measurable. And then we can sort of put the resources in that we need to figure out how to measure them. But that is really where I think the next part of our discussion is going to be really important as we start looking at the recommendations going forward, and what from the strategic plan that is yet undone should continue forward, what new things should we be recommending to the board that we consider as part of the board strategic plan that COAF would be implementing. We need to look at those things that are measurable. That is part of the directive that is included in the new statute with the report that we are to prepare on the plan that we developed to implement those broad-based diversity goals. We also have to include a description of the activities that are undertaken to support that plan that we've developed, and outcomes. So we're going to need to be able to sort of focus on our efforts on some things where we really can identify how we're going to be able to report outcomes.
Moving to what's labeled as item B, I think this is under section 3, the Affinity Bar Diversity Summit. We have findings and recommendations for discussions for the trustees' priorities, and I think
I'm going to do the lead in here, and then I'd like to have Carolina help us. So I see us here as turning from the where we've been part of the agenda to the where we're going part of the agenda. The item B and item C really are looking at the where are we going. And so as Dinah had mentioned earlier, at was it just the end of August? The end of August, we convened a summit, Leah convened a summit with statewide and regional affinity bars, umbrella organizations. We had present Dinah, Holly, and Brenda, right? We're present, and Ruthie, I'm sorry. And what we laid out, so we wanted to sort of find out what everybody was doing. We went around the room and asked everyone, what is it that you're doing to increase diversity and inclusion in the profession? We talked about, Pat did a presentation on what the State Bar is doing. We looked at data that we have, and then we had some great breakout sessions where we talked about, and Debbie was there as well. We had some great breakout sessions where we talked about, okay, so as a big community, the statewide and regional affinity bars, the State Bar, as a community, what should our goals be? And then we went down and said, okay, and what would the State Bar's role be in achieving those goals? And what would the role of the affinity bars be in achieving those goals? So we could really start figuring out what role the State Bar should play, where we could be the most impactful. We don't need to be doing the same thing that all of the affinity bars are doing. What we need to do is add value and so we really wanted their input on where it was we could add value.
You have in your notes a couple of documents that Carolina put together. One is a summary of the discussions, and then taken from that, a summary of the focus areas that the State Bar could be working on. So Carolina, if you could walk folks through that document, we can start having a discussion about those goals and the sort of the State Bar role in that. I think that'll sort of help as we lead into the next discussion.
And before Caroline's, when Caroline's reporting on this, start thinking about if this is a way to begin focusing the work that COAF might recommend in terms of priorities. You see that they track a lot of the work that's being done, the topics and so forth, but they may be coming at it from a different way and through different initiatives. So look at what's being discussed here and presented so that when you break into your small groups and you start to discuss potential priorities, you sort of factor all of this into those discussions.
So maybe it would be good to start with just the summary of the discussion that took place that day. And again, we had about over 30 to 35 attendees. That includes State Bar staff and Board of Trustees and club members that were involved in that. Over 22 different affinity groups were also involved, and some very eager attendees that wanted to join us in the conversation. And the way that we had the groups broken out, we had about 5 or 6 groups with a collection of these different affinity members participating in them, and really having them spend time to answer these targeted questions on what should the goals be, and with respect to diversity and inclusion in the legal profession, and then really looking at what is the role from their perspective the State Bar should be, and again, what is the role of the affinity groups. And so the summary really speaks to some of the things that they were discussing and the items that were written down on these large notepads. Overall, there was consistency around diversity being areas that look at race, ethnicity, gender, sexual orientation, disability status. There was discussion around veteran and age, and there's a question mark there to see if that's something we to further pursue, but much of the consistency was around those prior items. And then we have, really thinking about defining those goals and how those goals can be measured, and looking at those goals, focusing on how the population of attorneys are representative of those at the state level, the county level, and then law school. And the law school demographic came up much from the conversation that we had earlier in the day where we looked at ABA national data, and we saw the disparity broken down by race, ethnicity, but also by female and male law school students. There was a lot of discussion in terms of, how do we approach these goals, focusing on the pipelines, the legal profession, looking at the law school admission and retention. And again, there was discussion, there was a very robust discussion in the morning, looking at the statistics at a national level where we were seeing there was a disparity gap for those law school students of color that were graduating versus those that were enrolled. And then also looking at bar passage rate. Other strategies including mentoring programs, which was discussed today, and programs around looking at retention of a diverse legal profession, those getting hired on and then staying on. One item that was discussed several times was women of color, Black female attorneys, and their ability to retain or maintain active in the legal field after a certain number of years. And then obviously another strategy is to have robust data collection and analysis. In measuring these type of goals, again, short-term and long-term were discussed, what can we do now versus later. Much of the groups identify the need to look at some type of measure. For short-term, focusing on the ability to look at attorney population in comparison to the law school population. The presentation that was provided early on showed that there is a diverse number of law school students that are coming from the undergraduate level, but again, there was challenges of that population graduating. That being said, looking at the attorney population to represent the law school population as a starting mark. And then long-term looking at how it matches state and county representation in California, particularly maybe focusing on those areas where you have the practice of law and family law and criminal justice, where they're targeting communities of color. And then evaluating the impact of interventions that were previously mentioned, pipeline, career, and retention. And then the role of the state bar, really being a thought leader, convening meetings and trainings and identifying emerging issues and best practices, looking at our internal diversity efforts, and our ability to engage and communicate with affinity bars and foster those type of communities, foster a community for conversation of best practices. There was a strong consistency in how much of the groups really were looking for the state bar to play a more technical role in supporting the data collection, that aggregating much of the data from the different surveys that are collected by the many affinity groups, looking at data that can be collected for those on the attorney population, providing that analysis on best practices for diversity inclusion studies, and really advocating for more streamlined data collection that can be provided on an annual or more regular basis. And then lastly, the affinity bar groups wanting to really play a active role in the community, in the attorney population community, disseminating information that is provided by the state bar, participating in regular calls to talk about the challenges in diversity and inclusion, and looking at how they can coordinate more with the state bar in implementing certain initiatives. Again, forums, summits, we talked about implicit bias training today. Then lastly, their ongoing role in targeting support of specific professions. There was discussion on how some of these affinity groups really work closely identifying and supporting diverse judicial candidates, looking at how they can improve and enhance mentoring programs, and again, their role in supporting much of the pipeline efforts. So again, this information was what we were able to capture from much of the discussion, as well as the notes that were shared during that time. And in assessing that information, we looked at some proposed focus areas that allow us to maybe move forward on those recommendations and discussions that we had. And so, but you have, Pat was able to provide not only the summary notes, but also the proposed state bar focus areas. And what I'll do is I'll highlight very briefly what these are. Again, much of this was brought up in today's discussion, but also in the notes. The state bar, looking at some long-term and interim goals, as was previously mentioned, and then focusing efforts under these sort of 3 or 4 umbrella areas, having a statewide leadership, setting the tone, really being a repository of data, information, research that affinity groups and different initiatives can rely on to get information, as well as the role of entry into the profession, again, collecting all that data, coordinating with law schools, and ensuring that those findings with everyone, as well as supporting law school efforts in developing interventions. And then again, with retention and career advancement, similar strategies of data collection, data sharing, researching, reporting, and supporting the interventions that are applied at that point. Similarly, the judicial diversity, really supporting the affinity groups, supporting local bar association efforts in advancing judicial diversity, identifying and supporting diverse candidates and so forth. So again, those are just very large umbrella focus areas that we're proposing from the discussion that we had in August with the different affinity groups, and then to Donna and Pat pointing back as engaged, and so that support the conversation moving forward.
A lot of work.
I think
well, you were all there.
Even to tie it to the November joint session with the board's programs committee, This is a lot of work. It's a really, I think, ambitious list. And one thing that we really absolutely must do, I feel it's incumbent on the board to do, is to modify the state farm's 5-year strategic plan to include explicit diversity objectives. Right now, it does not have any. And so part of the task for that November meeting will be to identify those elements that we really think should be prioritized, such that the board should consider including them in a strategic plan. Because I don't know that we can do all of it successfully at once, but certainly it's a start. Yeah.
Questions, comments?
As someone who was there, I thought it was really informative, and I was really impressed with the work the staff did on the research and doing some metrics and some numbers to work with, and really for me some talking points in terms of the. Which was surprised many people that dropped out of law school were always talking about how they're passing who's passing the bar, which is something we can recognize. But the fact that they don't even get through school, they start out, in good numbers, but then they don't finish. And that next is where how we impact that is really important. It was good because it showed some things to me that I wasn't expecting to see, and that was good. So I thought it was good work.
Anyone else? Okay. Now, in just a moment, we are going to move to our small group discussions. But before we do that, with the assistance of Vice Chair Judge Howard Fuji, we'd like to recognize those who have served on co-op and have given their years of service to us, and who will be rolling off of the committee with this time. So if we can take just a moment to do that and to make those recognitions, maybe we'll even take a picture. We'll call the names. I'll give you the names of those who are not here in a second, but let's do the ones who aren't here.
We have Kelly Greer.
Hey,
Kelly.
Thank you so much. Okay, so when we break up for groups, we'll do a big group picture of that. Is that okay? All right. Thank you very much.
There's a reason why these people didn't come.
Okay, so those who are going off, just for their names: Irineo Reyes, Angela O, Marvin Mizell, Laura Charrington, and Margolyn Armstrong. And even though they're not here, we want to recognize them and thank them for their big job now to get us into groups. So what we're going to do is we're going to have small groups. In a second, before we break up, we are going to count off. Then we're going to be moving to small group tables right over here behind us for group discussion regarding the proposed priorities. So you can use the outline as a starting point and then add other ideas. We need for each group to have a recorder and a reporter. So each table area has a flip chart. When we break, we're going to have about 45 minutes for this small group discussion, and we are scheduled to reconvene at 2:10. I think we're right on time. So let's start. Esther, thank you. Will you start with number 1? So we're going to count off in groups of 4s, please.
1, 2,
3,
4, 1.
Yeah. Aren't you going to be included in our discussions?
We'll walk around.
You'll walk around.
I counted 1.
No, 1, 2,
2, 3, 4,
I was
1.
Okay,
So you two.
3, 4.
1, 2,
3,
4. 1, 2.
3, 4,
1,
2.
3.
4.
Perfect, perfect. So we are going to adjourn to our small groups and then we'll come back at 2:10. Thank you.
And you're supposed to be discussing the, on your reports, what priorities you are recommending and why. And then what we're gonna do is, as you're reporting out, we're gonna report on this one empty easel here by topics, what you're reporting, so that when the COAF reconvenes, you can look at each priority that was recommended and decide how you want to prioritize that.
Okay.
No, you have to figure it out. Sorry.
So, Pat, where's Pat?
Carolyn and I are going to use our laptops to take notes.
Okay.
So as each group reports,
Okay.
and you'll all have to decide after the report out which ideas you like the best.
Okay, so we have to move dots or something? We put little dots on it. Okay, so I think we're going live now, and we're back in session. This is the time when our groups are going to report back by topic. So, oh, you do have dots, wonderful. So I think if I understand our idea correctly, we have the flip charts behind us, and we are going to be recording the ideas by topic. So we'll have one sheet of paper per, oh, you're not gonna use the paper at all? Okay, got it. Well, how are we gonna vote if it's not a paper? Yeah, we're gonna put the dots up, we have to have them. So basically, and I'll help you with that if you want. We're gonna put the topics up in big, broad topics, right? And we'll use the flip charts to do that so that we can stay organized. And then we will go over the ideas that have been recorded for each topic and pick those that emerge as highest priorities. And then, of course, Pat, with her organization, has brought dots for us. So we'll give you each a certain number of dots. It has not yet been determined. And you can then put your dots in the places where you think we should prioritize. So let's see, we're a little behind now with all of the wonderful festivities, but let's see if we can get moving. So where is group number one? Group number one?
Esther, myself.
So we're gonna, this will be.
Yeah, but who's reporting? I think Kent Esther.
Esther gets him all in the
Yeah, I can I'm sorry, Kate.
Oh, okay.
Oh, I can.
Oh, yeah.
So we believe the State Bar, as a statewide entity, is the best convener of state leadership in diversity. And so some of the diversity goals that we identified was to continue in the pipeline through the Pathways program and to support programs such as those. We also wanted to increase implicit bias trainings, perhaps look into conducting the same implicit bias trainings that we did to Jenny to other entities, including internal leadership and staff members of the State Bar. We also want to partner in leadership and judicial summits so that we can track progress and to track data. And we wanted to partner with the local bars to put on events regarding diversity. We've identified that a lot of the local bars are putting on their how to become a judge or other diversity workshop, and we'd like to partner with them so that one, we can collect data, and also so that there is this stamp of approval or credibility that attaches to a lot of the local bars. And the last is we want to work with the data that we have to reflect the diversity in the state. And this is especially significant because when we were giving our statistics on to Jenny on the diversity of the state, one of the things that they asked for was not only do we want to see the diversity reflected within the populations that the State Bar serves, but we also wanted to see how much of the actual State Bar, members of the State Bar, reflect the population. So for instance, if we say 50% of minorities are reflected in the California State Bar, we know that that's not going to be reflective of what we see in the State Bar in general. So once we start collecting more data, I think we can get an even better picture of what we're looking at. So those are some of the goals that we identified.
And if I may add, Esther, so as we were looking at it, what we were thinking, what we were trying to put our arms around was, what's the unique role that the State Bar can play in this area, right? We talked a little bit about what happened at the Diversity Summit and how it's not, the State Bar doesn't need to replicate what everybody else is doing, but rather sort of figuring out what unique role we can and should play. And so, that's when we were sort of identifying, one of the key roles is sort of in these partnerships and partnering with California law in, increasing the pipeline from, 9th grade to the profession. And we said, well, how can we do that? Like, what role could we play there? And that's where we started talking about, well, we can be the ones who really assist in
in the data gathering on that and figuring out sort of who starts in 9th grade and ends up, in the profession, and really capturing the data in a better way. We can partner in outreach. We can partner in communication of those pipeline issues. So we were really looking at sort of those partnerships, the partnership on the Leadership Summit, maybe with CLA, partnerships with CJA and the Judicial Council on judicial diversity, really sort of the unique role that the State Bar might add as opposed to duplicating other things that folks are doing.
So just sorry, I just want to make sure that I'm clarifying this correctly. So I'm going ahead and making a list of the overarching things. Just a clarifying point, I have here partner with local bars, data collection, judicial summit, pipeline, and statewide leader. But to Donna's point, it looks like the judicial summit work and the pipeline work is under partnership with local bars. Is that correct? Or is that on its own?
It's partnerships generally.
Okay.
Right, so there are partnerships with local bars, partnerships with California's law, partnerships with CJA and the Judicial Council. Those were the various things that the group talked about.
That's us.
Who's two?
I'm supporting Donna.
Come on, Donna. We need the we two.
The two.
Okay.
Yeah, so if I run out of space, I'll probably flip over one of these.
So that was one. I can just turn it.
I think so.
Okay, so in the second group, we were also looking at measurable diversity goals defined as and we broke it out as an interim goal and a long-term goal, and we were looking more at demographics. And the interim goal would be that the attorney population matches the first-year law school population. And we chose this goal because, unfortunately, at least the nationwide data is showing that we lose a lot of non-white students from first year to graduation. Okay, so we thought that that would be, which is something that, a goal to decrease that situation, but that this would be a good interim goal. And then the long-term goal is that the attorney population matches the county demographics. And Pat had indicated that some counties are already doing well in this regard, other counties not so much. And then we take into account counties that do not have a very diverse population anyways, right? So they would look like they're doing very well, and they probably are given the demographics that they have. So that's a kind of an interesting situation there. And we identified a need for California-specific data collection. We have some data that is national, but that probably, I don't think we can assume that the California experience is going to match the national data. And so we need to have the resources to collect that data. Who's number three? Three.
As the token male in group 3, I got elected reporter.
Married the best secretaries.
Who's number 3?
He's up, get up.
Our group 3 came up with 2 priorities that the State Bar can be helpful in addressing: confidence in the system and a profession that represents the population. And our goals, as you see up there, we had a tie. No one to break the tie between judicial diversity and the pipeline to law school. Bookends, so to speak. State Bar can be instrumental in getting students into the law school track, and then very helpful in ensuring and helping that the bench help represent our population, legal as well as state. After that, retention was another goal. One of the issues involved in retention is how do you define it? Is retention keeping you in the practice of law, or if you, for example, transition to another profession, teaching, for example, if you're still active, is that considered, are you still within the profession or not? So that question needs to be defined. And then also addressing the issue of why do you leave early? So we feel that that is, under the retention issue, those two questions need to be addressed. And then last, we had increasing the bar passage rate for diverse populations, and as Diana said, the question of what is diverse will probably cover volumes, and we probably should start taking a stab at trying to figure out how we define diverse.
That's a good clarifying. So I have the pipeline as one item listed here. I have judicial summits listed here, but it's separate from judicial diversity. I'm putting that as two separate things. We've mentioned data collection, partnering for certain populations as a measurement, and then having California-specific data collection and increasing bar passage rate as retention. So just the general.
All right. Number 4, we focused on 4 basic concepts. One is pipeline, thank you. Pipeline high school and up. And we talked again, we were lucky we had a representative from each one of these areas. We had Leslie to talk about pipeline and the programs that are being done, and also what assistance we can that can be given by the State Bar to the collection of data that she needs in order to establish that those programs are being effective. For law school, and that goes through bar passage, we talked about how what we can do, especially for people who are first-generation law students, how difficult it is for first-generation law schools students because they don't know what to expect, they don't know what's there, they don't know what's out in the profession. I think pretty much everybody around the table was a first-generation law student. So talking about creating programs that can be given in connection with law schools, because Kelly was there for law school. Talk about providing the connections to the law schools, for example, because people will say, yeah, I want to do a program at a law school, but I don't know who I would contact or who to be done. So getting that information and making that available to everybody, and then having bar associations, local bars, work together so that you don't have a bunch of disjointed programs, but you have them creating programs. It could be in the beginning of the year to provide mentors, to talk about how important it is to be involved with say, bar associations, to try to get yourself a job and you come out. And then going through the year, there would be different programs that would be geared towards different times in students' careers. For example, at the end of the year, having a program that would be, again, co-sponsored with a bunch of local bars on how to succeed at your first law clerkship / externship. You know, what to do, what to wear, everything. Because a lot of people do not know how to behave in their first law job. And I certainly did, and I think it'd be we all thought it was a really great idea. Next, we have success in the profession. And again, partnering with local bars, and especially with, say, the area-wide minority bar groups. So we have like the Multicultural Bar Alliance in Los Angeles, to again, put on programs to assist people, assist them to get mentors, so that they know somebody, but also, we were talking about a pre-mentoring program for young lawyers, as we would have one for law students, on how to be a mentor. That it's okay if you meet somebody, you get their card, and then you can contact them. That it's really okay to contact a judge. It's okay to contact somebody who seems like they're very senior up in the profession, and that they're not going to feel like you're presuming on them. If they're there, they expect to be contacted. So things like that, teaching people how to succeed in the profession. And in law school, again, you're teaching people so that you keep them in the law school. You have somebody there who can help them when they're studying, maybe struggling for the bar, and telling them, hey, you should get involved in this great state bar program. So, and then we have the pathway to the judiciary. And we talked about how that really is sort of one of the easiest things for us to quantify, because
because when you have programs, you're going to have everybody's, your email address and your contact information. If we can set up, say, Survey Monkeys for everybody who shows up at one of these things, and ask them, did this change your perception of whether you could become a judge? Did it give you information about what you need to do to become a judge? Did it give you information about things that you need to do to fill in maybe gaps in your resume to become a judge? Or the process by which you become a judge? And then we can follow them and say, poor Brenda, there, to every time somebody gets appointed, you check, was this person on our master list of people who came to one of our programs? And since I have charted out something like 45 before even Gary's class came in, of people who have gone through our programs in Los Angeles alone, I think it's something that we can really measurably do, that we can bring to the legislature, say, this is what we're doing to increase diversity on the bench. So those are our ideas and our areas. We're four. That's it. That's it.
One thing that, so from group one, there was also the leadership summit, and I just want to make sure that didn't get lost.
Is that something that's the leadership summit?
Yes.
Yeah, judicial summit and leadership summit.
Yeah, right, those are two separate things.
They're two separate things.
Judicial summit, yes.
Yeah, so I just want to make sure that didn't get lost.
Sure.
I know that.
Clarification, so we talked about the pre-mentoring programs, and along with coordination with the partnering with local bars. Do you want that as a separate matter, or is it still under partnering with local bars?
And it's also partnering with local bars.
Okay.
We also talked in one about partnering with like Ruthie's group and other groups.
Right, so that was just in general in the pipeline, is how that was summarized.
Okay.
Pipeline and data collection.
Does anyone have anything that they want to discuss? I mean, we're going to vote in a second with your dots, but there could be any discussion that you want to have generally about some of the topics.
So one of the things that I want to make sure, the way I'm understanding this, right? So what we're sort of identifying here are the things that COAF is thinking we would be recommending to the state bar. These are the areas you want to get involved in. And so this is sort of, as we sort of said at the beginning, this is our clean slate. And so what we're identifying here, this is sort of the universe of those things. I just want to do that.
This is Jen Brenda. I have one question. We don't have up there things that we're already doing, such as the bias training and stuff. Should this be on our list as well? The bias training, continuing the bias?
Yeah.
So that should be up there. If this is basically the whole menu and we're going to be selecting from this.
Yeah, and we talked about implicit bias training in group one on sort of for various entities.
Right.
So yeah, bias training I think just works as the umbrella for Jenny. We talked about CDE, State Bar, other things.
Okay, so with that clarification, we should probably, thank you for that too, Judge Brenda, thank you, Donna, for your clarification. But we should probably think about whether, because my group was going off the list that we being presented, I think, from the affinity groups, and so we weren't necessarily thinking about other things that we might already be doing that we think just those priority work, so we do have to broaden our perspective there. Is there anything else that anyone feels passionate about that you think was that problem?
I know that, I think it was group 2 and our group as well, we talked about what diversity looked like and having it reflect the statewide population. I think group 2 mentioned county populations. I don't know if we need to discuss that further as a whole.
Somebody has it up there, group 3.
It says the county.
We went statewide.
We have county, we have county.
Yeah, I think
There
the
was
problem
discussion about county is difficult.
county is difficult and yeah, the applicant pool is difficult and we just want to increase our numbers, generally speaking, for everything. And I kind of, and you know, I focus less on, oh, sorry. This is Holly. I focus less, I think, on
how you're gonna measure it, and in terms of county by county or whatever, in part because of the fact that then you start getting, oh, okay, well, LA County's fine, San Francisco County is fine. We really want to increase just generally in the profession, and so that I think it makes it more difficult too, because if we're there saying Tuolumne County has X, it's hard.
Madam Chair, one other thing, I'm not sure if it's actually covered, and it may bring on more debate. This is Judge Brenda. In terms of judicial diversity, what our goal might be in terms of that, whether it will be statewide population. So I'm thinking already just the state bar population. So should we have a goal, and when is an appropriate time to do that? I guess if we, perhaps we could do it later on.
Yeah, I'm not quite sure that again, the goal in terms of that is more like increasing, because we're not gonna get to, we're not at a point where we're saying, well, we don't wanna go above it. I think we're a long way from there. And so what we're looking at is increasing the percentages in the profession, in the judiciary, in like in-house counsel, that type of thing. I see more in terms of slicing and dicing that way, rather than looking at, oh gee, have we reached this in this county?
And I suppose if you do it on a county basis, that's one thing. If you do it on a statewide basis, for example, the percentage of African American judges is about on par with the population in the state. So I also don't want people to think, well, okay, we don't need to appoint any more African American judges either now, because they sort of reached parity. So again, bigger issue is whether or not we just look and say, oh, well, the bar population for African Americans is X, so we're already exceeding that percentage as well. So there are issues, philosophical issues that perhaps we have to resolve.
That's why I think we focus on increasing rather than on talking about, which percentage are we trying to get to.
Anyone else?
I get one mic.
Arm yourself.
I'm sorry. I think one of the things that the reason why we did Duke County is, and sort of goes to what you're saying about African Americans. Yeah, we may have some sort of parity statewide, then if you break down county by county, there's some counties that are probably seriously lacking. And so then that, if you know county by county based on that county's demographics as to how they're meeting their roles, I think that there's something to be said for that, and it's something that may be measurable and more achievable. I think that's kind of that's what we did the county thing, is so that you had a better idea. Because the statewide goals, you're not going to play in Tuolumne County because you don't even have those people there. So,
but you're also not going to get it on a countywide basis either, because Tuolumne is not going to do that.
Well, they're going to do what they do. That's their demographics. So they're reflecting their demographics, not a statewide demographic, but a county demographic.
Right, but that's what I say, and maybe in certain counties,
yes,
various groups are overrepresented too. So that's why I don't want to start parsing that out like that. I'd rather just say our goal is to increase what we would consider the underrepresented minorities in the judiciary.
The only other thing I wanted to say is on the data collection. We did do retention. We talked about retention, and we talked about that as part of our overall data collection for the bar. And that a lot of things, the bar taking the lead on doing data collection and looking at national surveys and things like California. That a lot of subject matter, like retention and that kind of stuff, will come out of that. So they're talking about when people go to reduce status for a long, then they'll have a questionnaire, why you're leaving, why you're doing this, and you'll be able to get that kind of data and get that kind of and then you can use that data to give to law firms. Okay, this is our data saying on people why they're leaving, because the culture is that at a lot of corporate firms are not, conducive to them doing a good job. So so I think data can cover some of these things in terms of the data collection, because we don't do it now. So there's a lot of things we just don't really know. That we would know by doing the data collection.
So before we start voting, let me ask one more time. Anything that anyone thinks that we've left out? Is there anything else to add? Okay, well, arm yourself with your dots. You put a dot by what you think is a priority. And a given, well, we have a lot of dots, so you can put more than one.
It's like, so you think you can dance?
You can put all your dots on one thing. Put all your eggs in one basket, but you can put all your dots.
I just want to let you know that I found Pat's can of Coke. It says superstar on it.
Oh, okay. We need a minute. We need a minute. You should have 12 dots.
Okay. There is,
Does everybody have 12, huh? Oh, you just put it on what you think is one or two dots. Yeah, so whoever has it.
We'll adjourn while we're voting, and then we'll come back and talk about the results.
Okay.
Ready? So here we are, and let's see. We've now tallied all of your priorities so that we could see if we had a clear number one. So we'll tell you what they are. I wonder if we could use one more piece of paper then at some point to rank them.
Or use another colored pen right now.
Yeah, I was just gonna maybe use this brown one or.
Because we should have them all on one piece of paper at the end of the day, right?
Right?
Yeah, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
Yeah.
So clearly, the pipeline work seems to be our number one thing. I guess number one. Sorry.
You need longer arms.
Okay, now let's see. Anything else in the 20s? That's a 20 program. Looks like judicial diversity is our number 2. I got a 19 over here. Anything here? 19 over here, bias training. Good idea. Okay, next. Bar passage. Increase the bar passage rate, number 17, has 17 votes. And then now, 13%. Oh, I have to see that.
No, her height is 12. Height on there.
We can talk to each other more about data. There's a 13.
Data collection. Judicial summit. Next one is retention. Oh. Did we get everything off of yours?
We have a very low one for partner with local bar.
The next one is attorney population matching the state population. 8. Pathway to the bench has 8 votes.
How is that typical judicial diversity?
Yeah.
What do we, how does halfway to the bench distinguish from judicial diversity?
I think it's actually all together.
It's all the same.
Well, you can, after we get the list, you can take on the list, right?
Okay, sorry. I think it's the same.
Okay, the next one is leadership summit. I think we have to manage on.
We have a partner with local bars. Partner with local bars and attorney population matching the school population.
Is that what it keeps being?
Yes.
I love my spot, right up front. But it's 2 hours.
And it was a match law school.
And then number
Even
4.
on Saturday?
Oh,
Yes, 2 hours.
did you get attorney population matching the law?
The chair.
What time do you take your kid out?
It says 4:05.
And then,
No, I don't want to do that. I just put my car in. Put my car in.
and then the last one is
Guys, real? It's
data
not,
collection.
it's real sparkly. That's what I had in my mind.
Yeah, specific data collection. And that's it. Okay, so here we go. Do we have everybody in the same meeting? Hello?
Hello?
Thank you. So, we have about, we've ranked them, number 11 is actually a tie, And I think the other thing that has come out as we've been talking is to know that there are probably some places where things can be combined, okay? So the number.
Are 10 and 11 tied, or is 11?
No, it's just 11.
No.
Sorry, I wrote that.
11 is tied.
They're 2 and 11.
There are two things ranked number 11.
Local bar and attorney population to match law school.
Oh, I see.
Okay.
And can I ask a question, Dana? So as I'm looking at these, I see the things in the middle as different. Like, so it seems like what we've done is we've rated, what do we think sort of the big goal should be? And we've sort of, everyone has voted on that, and so it's like we've established, this is what we think the big goal should be, but that's sort of overarching for other things, so I don't want to lose them because they only have 4 or 5, but I think it's sort of voting what that overarching.
Yeah, I agree with you. I think as we start narrowing them down, because one of the big questions we had to answer was what was our measurement going to be. So this one now clearly says that our measurement is to match the state population. I mean, that's the way I was thinking. So even though it might be listed in here a different way, up here we're saying that's our measurement.
Are there conflicts? I suppose we're both sure, but it's kind of like, I think we'll probably end up having to pick.
Yeah, so this would be our number 1 choice, this would be our number 2 choice, matching the law school, and number 3 would be matching the county. Okay, so, so I like what you just said, though, this is an overall, this is like how we're measuring stuff in the big picture, I guess. So that's, I guess we could just make this our measurement, right?
But that's the goal.
That's the
goal.
This is the goal?
Yeah.
Our goal. So that will be our stated goal. And then, here we go over here. So number 1, pipeline work would be one of our number 1 way to achieve that goal, right? The next one is increasing judicial diversity. That has the next highest ranking. The third is bias training. And keep in mind as we're reading these, whether or not there's things that should have been combined or put together in a category. Bar passage rate getting higher. Data collection we figured was very important as well.
And then I think you combine that with the specific data collection, the California specific data collection, and all data collection.
Data.
Yeah.
So just data collection.
Just data collection.
Yeah.
Period. Yeah.
Holding the judicial summits. Retention.
Retention for.
Okay, so that's part of
Retention and what?
In the professions.
Yeah, but it has to be foreign. Like
Law
we talked
firms,
about, I mean,
government,
what
women in media.
judges?
A path. Is the path? Can we say that the pathway to the bench is? I mean, couldn't the pipeline have like?
Yes.
Yes.
That includes that.
Yes.
Right.
It certainly comes under judicial diversity and pathway to the bench would be the same.
These two?
Yes.
Yeah.
And would they all be a subset of the pipeline?
Yes.
Yes.
So, what would you like to call this? Judicial diversity?
How about pipeline through the profession?
From preschool to the profession.
Pipeline is the big one.
Pipeline is-
And so underneath that, because there might be some other things that fall under pipeline, is what I'm suggesting.
Yeah, there's,
Okay, pathway.
To the bench, we're talking elementary
to the bench.
So we've captured that one.
And the other line is pathway to the profession, that's the two.
Pathway to the bench and bar. Or the bar and bench.
Success in the profession and the pathway to the bench.
She was just saying, combine the pathway to the bar and.
Okay, let me see if there's any other pipeline stuff here.
Cross out 13. You can
Oh,
cross
we
out
can cross
13. You can cross out 13, because we got what's left, you're gonna cover it.
And then number 2, I think, is now subsumed under 1, isn't it?
Yeah. And I think the partnership with the bars, that is sort of subsumed into everything.
Yes. Collaborate, connect, communicate.
Yeah, they're part of the pipeline, they're part of.
They're part of the pipeline.
Yeah. Is it possible that we should think about, summits is a big topic, and then one of them is judicial, one of them is leadership?
Yes.
And I'm not sure if there were any others.
And pipeline. The pipeline summit that we have every year, but we have the
Pipeline
pathway
is
summit.
separate.
No,
No,
pipeline
but
summit.
but you're putting summits all together.
That's what, oh, wait a minute, I'm sorry. Do you want the summits under the pipeline or just a separate category that says summits?
You were gonna make it separate?
Yes.
So
Oh, I mean, that's what I
leadership,
thought.
judicial, and pipeline.
Yes. Okay, so
Or
that
pathway.
would be.
Yes.
Judicial summits, so it would just be summits, let me just cross that out for a second, and then it would be judicial. And it would be leadership.
Pathway.
Pipeline is a separate summit.
You want the pipeline to be a
There's
summit?
a pipeline summit.
Yeah,
that's
pathway
separate.
summit. Oh, pathway.
I'm sorry, pathway, yes.
That's a classic.
This way pathway.
It's a specific event. It's a specific event, the pathway summit.
Okay, I think we did. Oh, and then the last thing would be.
Yeah, that's, we talk about that being part of a lot of what, everything else we have in there.
So it's there, it's in
It's
there.
a separate thing.
It's in there.
Yeah.
Okay, so I think we got it. So we have our number 1 is the pipeline work, either to the, into the profession and to the bench. Number 2 is bias training. Number 3 is increasing the bar passage rate. Number 4 is data collection. Number 5, hosting summits that includes judicial leadership and pathway. And number 6 is retention.
So may I suggest that when we were just talking about the partnership with the local bars, maybe we have because it's
Partnership.
we just have partnerships, right?
Partnership.
Because it'll be local bars, it'll be California law.
Exactly, that's what I was
It'll,
gonna
right,
bring. Yeah.
it'll be CJA and
Exactly.
judicial council.
Isn't that kind of a tool to achieve the goals, the goals?
Well, I kind of see, well,
I guess we have
I
to
think you might
develop
want to
it.
articulate
we're-
it specifically.
We're gonna have to flesh a lot of this out, so, yeah, it may very well sort of disappear in that.
We want to emphasize the collaborations, which is really new. Emphasize the collaboration.
But we don't want to lose the side of the fact that we need partnerships.
Yeah,
Right.
And I think spelling it out directly, partnership having its own heading.
Well, I'm sorry, what'd you say?
I think partnership should have its own heading because there is.
So that would be number.
Collaboration and partnerships or something.
Yeah.
It's like, talk about the school,
Collaboration.
part of education, you just collaborate with a lot of different people.
Yeah, because that was one of the things that our group talked about, that was a value add that the state bar could bring,
Right.
is sort of attaching the name of the bar and giving something a little bit more of preeminence, and the state bar as a convener, and,
Exactly.
yeah.
Is retention not part of pathway to success in the profession? Retention.
I don't
It's-
think
so.
I think we have, well. I'll
Pipeline
let
is
the
what's
beginning.
getting, and
Getting
retention is the
It's
main
pathway
thing.
pathway to success in the profession, requires retention as well as leadership.
Well, this one was articulated as just a pathway to getting into the profession.
Okay.
Yeah,
And then this one was articulated as once you're in,
Okay,
how do we
so it's
keep?
pipeline to retention and pathway.
So we have, our overall goal is gonna be measured by our, increasing our attorney population as it relates to the state population. And these are the methods that we're gonna use to get there. And we have 7, I forget what you call it.
Clarification. if you say the goal is increasing attorney pop, you really haven't gotten into increasing judicial pop.
Well, you could have attorney and judicial.
Okay. Okay.
Because you're already measuring the judicial by state. Well, of course, you're measuring by county too, but, you know. Is that okay with everyone?
So the goal is broader.
Attorney and judicial population match.
So it should just be attorney/judicial population.
Increasing the attorney and judicial population.
I think we were talking more than just increasing attorney population. It really was sort of tying it to
demographics.
Demographics.
And we're trying to demographics, so it's not just increasing the population.
Yeah,
Increasing by
It's matching.
Yeah, it's measured by the,
state.
according to state population.
According to state demographics.
Yeah, representative state demographics.
Yeah.
I think that kind of represents your point as far as if the black population is already matching the state.
Is your microphone on? I'm sorry.
I think it represents the same issue if for example, if the black population is already matching the state population, we want to make sure that you're saying we're still increasing.
And we want to see it as a floor, really, not as a ceiling, to be one way to look at it.
But if we're doing a presentation and we're saying to match the population, you go, oh, it's there, okay, we're done. I'd rather have it just be increasing.
Yeah, that's actually happening. We could say it should match the prison population.
What? You do have to have some sort of measurement.
That's a cynic. There's overrepresentation.
What does that do to the Asian population?
I'm sorry.
That's right. Filipinos.
Oh,
I don't know.
Okay, bad idea.
You're also pointing out, though, that the problem, without a measurable, something we're measuring it against, I mean, we have the argument on the top end, and we totally understand that, but there can also be the argument on the bottom end. Like, for example, if you are not saying we have this many green people on the bench, then, or you haven't reached that. So, for example, the percentage of green people in the population is 50%, and you only have 1% of green people on the bench. If our goal is just to keep increasing altogether, then we never ever address that issue of why we have so few green people. Does that?
No, the issue, how you address it is
We
here.
don't have to resolve this right now, right? I think we flagged the issue. There's going to be the joint session with the programs committee in November. There's going to be the January planning session, so I think
We don't have to.
we flagged the issue.
Okay, so I think we have our stuff. We got seven
That's
strategies.
on that second page, right?
I'll tell you what was left on here, and I think it's been assumed. We have, this is in your partnership, right? And attorney population matching also. So I hope somebody got.
I lost my.
Yep, it's 7.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right. All this stuff, and we also celebrated that. And we have to, well, we do, okay, anybody who hasn't drunk their sparkling apple cider, it is not wine. It is not alcohol at all. And I want us all to be upstanding, please, and give a toast to our beloved Catherine. Thank you for bringing us here.
Roast.
I just want to point out that Pat Lee is the only person who would be giving gifts.
Actually,
have a question,
Yes.
One, who's gonna follow Pat? And can we all call direct to somebody else on the committee, or we still have to comply with GLD?
Very good, Barry.
Who's going on send our
Yeah,
Elizabeth.
yeah. So we are in the process of recruiting to fill behind Pat. We in fact extended an offer on Friday, and the candidate is taking the weekend, so fingers crossed. We may have someone in short order who is going to be the person who would be primary staff to COAP, who would have a heavier diversity portfolio than anything else. Because one of the things, and we talked about the integration of our Office of Access and Inclusion, one of the things that we're doing is ensuring that we are not sort of stuck in a position again where there's one person who knows everything and nobody else has been involved. And so we've redistributed the work of our Office of Access and Inclusion. So everyone's going to have a grants portfolio, and everyone will have some piece of policy work, whether it's access work with our California Commission on Access to Justice, or some of these diversity initiatives. And so you'll be seeing a lot of faces, but we'll have somebody who is the lead staff and who has a heavier diversity portfolio than anything else. In the meantime, Elizabeth Hong is the contact.
Did you want to talk about the November 17th meeting? Because a lot of people are here. Are you still going to meet on November 13th?
We're gonna go over our schedule right now.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Okay. And then we have to So the next item on our agenda is our future meetings, and you are asked to mark your calendars. So the first note here is the November 15th meeting in San Francisco. That is the Programs Committee meeting, which includes the chair of co-op and the vice chair and committee chairs. Not all of the members, just that specific population. Chair, vice chair, committee chairs. You should all plan on being in San Francisco, November the 15th.
So that would be Mark, Kelly, Angela, and Brenda as the committee chair.
Committee chair.
And you've all responded already.
Kelly,
so-
I thought Kelly was.
Kelly's going to
No, she's quiet.
Still,
You should go.
she has to.
Because you have the knowledge of that committee, so I think she
Until the
should
end of the
go.
year.
Okay, November 17th, we had a meeting before the meeting, no, just kidding. But there was a question about the November 17th date, which is only 2 days after the Programs Committee meets, and a concern that it was really too soon, because it's only 2 days after the meeting. And so the suggestion to co-op is that we take November 17th off the books. And then our next meeting date after that, proposed, and I suspect, no, this is not proposed. This is the January 24th, 26th. This is the Board of Trustees planning session to discuss and approve state bar diversity and inclusion priorities. So to be determined which co-op representatives should be present. So stay tuned for that.
Excuse me, I'm sorry. As soon as we learn about when we would want to be scheduled to be there, Brenda and me, if you could let us know, because we're going to have to figure out schedules. So, well, at least I'm going to be there.
Yeah, so
we'll see.
Yeah,
that's right.
we have to figure out sort of the idea is sort of for the presentation to the programs committee will be inspiring the programs committee to adopt some of these objectives, and then we'll be presenting those to the board. We haven't. We're good, but we're not that good. We haven't yet figured out the format for the January planning session, and so this past year's planning session we had 2 big sort of panel sessions, 3 panels. And we sort of talked through some of the ideas, and so that could be the model that we would use this year, in which case we might want to have somebody from co-op sort of talking on some of it. But we'll figure all that out, and as soon as we do, we'll let you know.
And it's in LA, right?
It is in LA, yes.
It's in LA.
And can I ask one other thing too? Even if it's just, is it open to anybody else? Yeah.
Oh, yes, absolutely, absolutely.
So I was just thinking about it in terms of, right, yeah. Just in terms of, generally speaking, I have to ask for time off from the court to do that, so and I gotta clear my calendar, so.
Yeah.
And do we, oh, I'll let you go. I'm just wondering if we anticipate that we're gonna know, like, right now, our chair and vice chair have been extended to the end of the year. And I'm just wondering if we anticipate that we might know something more or something different by then, because otherwise I have to.
That's true. Yeah, so, Leah, do you have any
Just a
thoughts on
question,
how?
and you can answer that offline too. That's fine.
I prefer to do that. Just
Okay, that's fine.
Okay.
All right, now, the next thing that I have before me would have been
Madam
to,
Chair, I just
I'm
want-
sorry.
It's the mother hearing. I just want to make sure that the only co-op members now who have future meetings are possibly to co-op leadership and the committee chairs. Nobody else in the room has a future meeting, right? Future co-op meeting.
I think that sounds
As a standard,
Yeah.
as a standard.
Just the 15th. Just the 15th is what we have right now.
And that's just for leadership, that's not for,
Yeah.
that's not for the other members.
Are you
Who are non-committee chairs.
Are you gonna reschedule?
Yeah, we'll have to wait to see what the thing looks like, and then we'll get direction from staff to help us understand how to move forward in terms of rescheduling meetings.
And one of the things that we might do, obviously, there's a lot under each of these items.
Absolutely.
And so, we'll want to make sure that we have a consistent message when we go to the programs committee, when you go to the programs committee. And so one of the things we might do is we may sort of flesh these out based on the conversations that happened today, and schedule a conference call. So
That's where I am on the agenda, Miss Donna. But, so that was, so the question really is we assume that once these are all put to paper, that there was going to be a need for some discussion to flush these out. And given the fact that we have to comply with notice requirements and everything, most likely that discussion should happen in October. So we were asked to sort of put together a tentative date, and maybe I can get a consensus on what a best time of day might be. So right now, an example would be if we were to have a call on the 15th, which is a Monday. Do we have a doodle poll we can send out to everybody that can pick a date and time?
Yeah, so we can do two things. We could send a doodle poll. The other thing we could do is I can sort of craft the fleshing out, and I can send it out to everybody, and so long as you're just responding
To you.
to me,
Yes.
to make sure that I've got it, then we can do it that way without a meeting. So I'll flesh that out. Does that work? Okay.
All right, and we just did an amazing amount of work in one day, so let me say thank you to everyone for your attention and for your participation. It was a pretty jam-packed day, so thank you all so very much. And yes.
I just want to know, so after November 15th, how is that conversation being disseminated to the rest of co-op, if at all?
I think what I just heard is Donna's gonna sort of flesh this out. She's gonna send everyone an email.
Oh, I mean November 15th, so.
Yeah, there will.
Oh, after November 15th.
There will be another meeting scheduled in co-op.
Yeah, eventually, it will be, right?
Yes, I would anticipate before the January planning.
Yes. Okay. So is there anything else for the good of the order before we adjourn? Meeting adjourned.
Good job, Diana.